Oh, as usual, we got our cameras all messed up. Let's see if I can fix that quick. Boom. Done. There we go.
Easy peasy.
Wow, that was a fast. That was like record time getting faster.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Oh, did you remember the overlay?
Yes, I did. Yes, I
Awesome.
did. Fool. I know.
I gotta ask.
Well, everyone, welcome to our Wednesday daytime, well, for some of us, stream. It is Help Wanted. Some quick announcements. First of all, sorry for not being around to run D&D yesterday. We shut the day down yesterday, but hopefully that won't be an issue going forward. Next week, on the 19th, I am going to have an oral surgeon rip the inside of my mouth open, so we will be off for a week while that heals up. So from the 19th to the 25th, we will... I might pop some reruns on during that time on the channel, but otherwise we will not be bringing any new content to this to the streams. Let's see. We're still doing our follower giveaway and our sub giveaway. If we hit 50 subs, we'll be giving out a set of dice from our sponsor, Farboco. And in fact, for every 50 subs we hit, we will give out a set of dice throughout the month. And when we hit 500 followers, which I think we're actually at like 430 something. Let me double check what we're at. But once we hit 500, we're going to send out a copy of Tasha's to one of our lucky followers. So yeah, if you happen to be in the chat when we hit 500, you could be one of the people who gets a copy. Let's see what we got. We are at 432 followers. That's pretty damn awesome. We are almost to 500. The only other announcement I have is that on the 7th of November, we're going to be doing a charity stream right here on the channel. And we're going to be running 6 12th level bards right into my face. They're going to just make me cringe and make me wish I didn't run D&D for a living. But it should be a good time, and we're going to raise some money for charity. So... come check that out. Man, I feel like I sound more like a NPR host than a dungeon master today. Good God. Yes, David. Team Cringe is responsible for every bad thing that happens in my life. So, just accept that at this point. Without further ado, why don't we get these guys introducing themselves and their characters? And we can start playing Help Wanted. Alex?
All right. Everybody, I am Alex, also known as Big Lenny here on Twitch and on Twitter and such. I have also been taking off a lot of streaming, but I have a much less valid reason. I've just been playing video games. Baldur's Gate 3 is awesome, by the way. Very incomplete, but still worth it. I am playing Kolak Bator, Kit and Darren Toontium for this particular game. Dragonborn Beast Barbarian, who has taken upon himself the mantle of the leader, quote-unquote, of Kolak's Crushers, a fake band of mercenaries that consists of him and 2 other people. He is currently working alongside a troop of elven individuals to attempt to overtake the city of Redinber. So, yeah. We're currently having ourselves a nice little wartime scenario.
Fiona?
Hello, everybody. My name is Fiona, and I play Talus Ellison, everyone's favorite Awathan exile, who is also just a little too eager for knowledge, and may occasionally release demons from their ancient chains. But that's fine.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I play Lucy, who is a ghost possessing the body of her murderer. And I mean, one thing she has going for her is that she has not yet released an ancient demon. So
That's true.
Hi, I'm Mike. I play Marek, a half-elven Gloomstalker Ranger. I have not released the demon, and I will not use this phrase at all at any point tonight.
My name is Emmy. I am playing Arena, who is a half-elf warlock, who may at some point release demons, but only because she wants to be their friend.
And my name is Jacob. I'm playing Vespasian, our elven de facto leader of the elf squad, Team Elf, and Crusader into the unknown. And we'll see where we go tonight as we push forward.
Yes, we will. When we last left off with our mixed-matched group of mercenary-like adventurers, they had in fact released a demon from its chains and bonds, and it wasn't as much of a threat as I think that they at first thought it would be, but that's probably because everybody worked pretty well together, surprisingly, to take the thing down. Those events were led up to as they traveled to Bronzefall Hill and came upon the most unusual weather pattern in a mountain pass. A huge windy dust storm that had blown up and blocked visibility. They have since prepared to continue on towards Bronzefall Hill. Is what I assumed they would do after the storm subsided. You were less than a day out from the hidden home of the displaced dwarves here in the mountains of in the Corthian Mountains, west of Redinber Fortress. And as you approach the hill, you come across, well, you're stopped by familiar guard, at least to Kolok, Talus, and Lucy.
Well, hello again, Scout.
He waves fairly friendly. I'm looking for the damn dwarf's name. I don't think I have it anywhere. The scout waves to you and comes out of his hiding place. Unless you have a perception in like the high teens to low 20s, you would not have seen this dwarf as you approached. In fact, you've seen no dwarves as you approach. If you have a higher passive in the 17 to 20 odd range, then you might see a few dwarven scouts hidden among the brush and stony terrain of this mountainous hill.
I have a 17, so any dwarf I see, I will immediately wave hi and like call hi out to them.
Yeah. Actually, well, I've got 17. So I'd probably draw Mary's. I don't think I would say anything, considering I've been told this is who we're looking for.
Lucy definitely doesn't have a 17, but she sees Raina waving and she's like, "Are you waving to the bushes?" And like kind of confusedly joins in.
No questions asked, just waves to bushes. I love it.
Amazing. The scout approaches. Kolak! Welcome back to Bronzefall. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
Good to see you again. I've got some plans. We're going to be making a move on Redinber Fortress real soon, and I'm going to need your help on it.
Looking to lay siege to the city, then.
Indeed, but it's going to require a little bit of help. Most of the army is leaving to take over Draen to the south, so they're going to be gone for a little bit. But it's going to require a little bit more than just what you have here and us.
Well, I can't make that kind of call, obviously, but... Come on in. Come on in. We'll bring you into the hill.
All right.
Who are your new companions?
This is Vespasian, Merrick, and Raina. They're also interested in taking down Redinber for their own particular reasons.
Nice to meet you.
Hi!
I'll just bow slightly.
These are the dwarves of Bronzefall Hill, or at least this is one of them. Used to be in Redinber, till they got driven out. Originally, it's their territory.
Wow, that's really rude.
Aye, we had a village of our own not far from the city, until those Redinber bastards came by, took all of our things, and kicked us out of the hill. Or kicked us down to the hill. I'm Hemdig.
Funnily enough, we met them when we were assigned by Redinber itself to come and attempt to exterminate them. But obviously, that wasn't in the cards.
They changed their mind.
Of course.
Well, maybe this is a chance to get them their home back.
Well, that's part of the plan anyway, yeah.
All right. Sounds like something that Lord Bronzefall would be quite interested in.
Hey, go ahead and lead the way. I'll go have a nice little chat with him.
Hemdig leads you into the hill. There is a hidden entranceway. It is hidden by both illusion spells and just traditional huntsman's trickery to hide the crevice that leads into the hill itself. This is not a dwarven city. It's not a dwarven village. It is a dwarven refugee camp. This large, hollowed-out hill, huge hollowed-out hill, is filled with tents and makeshift forge, things of that nature. Things thrown together with whatever travelers' items and equipment they could find to build a refugee camp. You're led through it, and you can hear the sounds of dwarven children playing, and you can see them running about. People seem to be eating what they can. Some are roasting rats. Others are eating roots that they've dug out of the ground. And people are dirty, ragged. Just not downtrodden, not crestfallen. They're very proud and stern, but they're obviously making do with what they have. Pushing past this, you enter a smaller, separate cave, for lack of a better term, with a stone makeshift throne that has been put together, and a large dwarf, older dwarf, with vastly braided beard and rings on his fingers, old weathered face, sits in conversation with a few of the other with a few other dwarves when you walk in.
Real quickly, can we get is there like on our way through, how many dwarves are in this area? Like, how many does it look like are in this hill?
Yeah, this is a question I've definitely answered before.
Yeah. I mean, like, counting all the, like, children and what seems to be non-combatants as well is probably maybe about, like, 50 dwarves, if I remember correctly.
I thought it was more than that. I'll have to go back and check the old tape.
That's fine.
And
yeah, don't worry
I can
about
get that
it. I'm
information
just
for you.
curious, like, what kind of house, how big this hollowed out hill is. But that's continue.
At least 10.
At least,
Yes.
At least a dozen. Baker's dozen of
Yes.
them.
Thank you, Stephen. The answer is a lot.
A lot. More than a few. Okay.
Everybody say hi to my smart-ass brother.
Hi, smart-ass brother of Mark.
Hi, Steven.
Hey, smartass.
Hey, David. You got the scoop on things. If I gotta go back and watch the tape, and then I'll be able to tell you. But I thought it was a decent amount of dwarves here. I mean, it's what's left of a village. So
yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah,
I was just curious.
Excuse me.
Lord Bronzefall.
Yes, Hemdig Hemdig walks in front of you and makes introductions with Lord Bronzefall, who dismisses the dwarves attending to him and sits up a bit in his chair. You have returned, Master Kolak.
I return with good news as well.
What news bring ye?
I know you guys have been hiding out for a decent while, and you don't really have a whole lot to eat, but that's going to be coming to an end real soon. Redinber is sending its forces out to try and take over another town. Most of their forces are going to be gone, but there's still going to be a contingent left behind. One that is going to be guarding the walls and such. Laying siege to it on our own, between your men and mine, is going to be very difficult. However, we have a lot of reason to believe that there is a lot of people who would be willing to help with this. It's going to mean a little bit of travel for your people and mine, though, if you're up for it.
When?
Depends how quickly we can get them together. What I would like to do is I would like to request that you send at least a few dwarves to Drakengard Keep if you can. I don't know if you have any knowledge of old pathways through the mountains to get there quickly.
Drakengard Keep is a ways off, but I could spare a few runners.
What I want them to do is let Drakengard Keep know there are some ancient dwarven ruins that lie right beneath Redinber. Ones that they might be very interested in. An old forge that used to be used by the gods themselves. They have good reason to want to take care of Redinber themselves. Not only have they pushed their brethren, you and yours, out of the territory, But they are currently preventing you and the rest from gaining access to this ancient dwarven knowledge. I imagine that might be a decent incentive for them.
This will be done.
If they agree, I'd like them to meet us right outside of Ridgefort. It's a town not too terribly far from Redinber, and that's where we'll be bringing our own men. Me and mine are going to be heading to Riverdam Raft. Something in Redinber, I think probably in the tombs underneath, where the dwarven ruins are, is causing this massive drought. And Riverdam is going to be one of the top ones that is going to be concerned about this, especially since the main lake that feeds into them is basically dried up. So we're going to head over there, let them know that they're going to need to come with us if they want to fix everything. And then we'll meet you right outside of Ridgefort. Then we can start our siege.
I will send a scout and party of runners to Drakengard Keep to inform them. What proof have ye of this place beneath the city?
Well, for one, we've used it. But for two, there's a dwarf that lies within Redinber herself. You know of her.
Yes.
She has a hammer that was forged in this forge.
Nolly, our contact in the city.
Her hammer was forged in those ruins. It can confirm it itself. It's capable of actually speaking to you.
Yes. I am aware of the hammer's properties. I will take this as proof enough.
I've also spoken to the hammer, and it told me of the forge beneath the city.
This being the case, this drought, it's expanding pretty badly. I wouldn't be surprised if Drakengard's starting to experience a little bit of it themselves. The local area is becoming more of a desert than it is the usual grasslands that it's been known for.
Tell me, Kolok, once this fortress is taken, who will it fall to? What will happen with its people?
I see no reason not to give it to the dwarves. After all, it is originally your land. And you can do with the Redinber civilians as you please. But I would recommend, they've done nothing to you. It's the soldiers you gotta worry about.
We will also need your assurances, if you do take the fortress with us, that the bold white river is not to be dammed or touched, as if we are to have any hope in getting Riverdam Raft to join us.
I do not see this as being an issue. And Lord Bronzefall of Redinber Fortress has quite a ring to it.
I figured you'd agree to that.
How amicable do you believe your brethren up north will be to this proposal?
If there is proof that a forge once worked by Thormodin himself lies beneath the fortress, I believe that there are those within Drakengard Keep who will come to the call.
If you need something a little bit more solid, you could probably send some people into the tunnels underneath Redinber itself to go speak with Nolly. Maybe get her hammer and then show it to Drakengard. The hammer itself, I would feel, is proof enough, and it would be something material that they get their hands on and speak to.
I believe
There's a well not too terribly far from Redinber Fortress, right outside of a farm. Going down the well goes into those tunnels, and it leads straight to Nolly's.
we also have access to some of those tunnels. It is how we communicate with Nolly on a regular basis regarding the movements within Redinber. It is how she has smuggled some supplies to us. We have not heard word from her in several days, however.
Might be a problem. Hopefully you can get in contact with her. I will say that hammer is going to be reason enough as far as Dragon Guard Keep is concerned. Check in on her, make sure everything's okay. We did use her tunnels to escape Redinber itself, so she might have been accused. It's a possibility. And if she is in trouble, send us a message and let us know. We'll make sure she gets out.
This will be done.
In the meantime, like I said, we're going to be making our way to Riverdam to get their help. They've got enough incentive to help. After all, their lake is drying up, as is the entirety of Bold White River.
He nods.
If they do agree to our plans, is there a faster way of reaching you? Besides our runners.
Now? No. This hill is not equipped with any form of magical transport. Of course, if you find a way to do such a thing, there is no ward against it. If someone could... If you have access to one with the means of teleportation, like I hear some of the arcane masters can perform, there is nothing stopping you from returning to the hill by that means.
It's possible Riverdam might have somebody who could accomplish that for us, but I don't want to put too much stock in that. It's only a chance.
I will send
Riverdam's a pretty big place.
I will send what fighting dwarves I have to Ridgefoot ahead of this plan to meet my brethren there if we hear word back from Dragon God Keep. I will also send a scout through the tunnels to see what has become of Nolly, and will send you word in Riverdam Raft once I learn of what has happened with her. Hopefully she is merely lying low, as would be wise if that is the way you escaped to the city.
Hopefully. She's been a lot of help to me and everybody else around Ridgeford. Now she's been instrumental in making sure that Drain gets word of the incoming army. If there is anything going on with her, if she's been taken somewhere or she's been captured, she's going to be one of my first priorities.
Bronzefall is very obviously slow to speak and contemplative. What stake do you have in this? He looks at Vespasian when he asks this. Your heritage belies that you are not from our world, but from the Feywild.
My stake is but my own. We are here, and we are offering you a chance to get your home back. And I would say even more than that. My motives should not concern you in this matter. But you should know that our ends are the same.
However, I will speak. I have a stake in your forge. I swore an oath to whatever the entity within the hammer to cleanse the forge on its behalf. So if you dwarfs wish to take it back, I will fight by your side.
An honorable thing to uphold an oath. Oh, you are welcome to fight with us. When do you leave for Riverdam?
Well, what time is it right now?
Probably. I mean, you were less than a day from where you had to be. So it's
I think
probably.
you said it was 2 hours.
What's that? Yeah, yeah. So it's probably early in the day.
It's all the same to you. We'll go ahead and make our way out now. After all, time's of the essence. Sooner we get there, the better.
Our hammers are with you in this, Kolak. You know that we have good reason to wish that Lord Groff would be brought to justice or vengeance.
I'm not much for justice myself, but I have no problem handing him over to you once the whole thing's said and done.
Good. We will prepare.
Question for the DM: how far is Renborough from the? Sorry, I don't have it on front of me.
From Riverdam?
Yeah, like travel wise, thinking, because I'm trying to get a good gauge of how long it'll take us to get there and get back if we were on foot.
Well, we do have a cart.
You do.
I don't think everybody's got a horse, though. If we could get a couple horses, that would make things a lot quicker.
You're not going to get horses here, I will tell you that.
True.
Yeah. I'm more concerned. I'm like thinking the slowest pace possible. Well, not the slowest pace, but a normal pace, a walking pace. If we were to just, yeah, I don't know if it's because I'm not very familiar with the terrain. And it looks like there's no road as far as the map is, so we would have to go south to there and then back north.
There are roads. Those are the main roads. Those are the Imperial highways that existed at one time. Hold on 1 second. I will give you an accurate answer.
That's fair. I mean, if we're gonna plan out a war real quick, like, might need some back of the cuff calculations.
While you're looking that up, I'm gonna whisper to Lucy, like, "Hey, he said he's giving Kolak a bunch of hammers. Where are these hammers coming from?"
I don't know. That's a really good question. I want a hammer.
We can have hammer parties.
Is this actually a whispering conversation, or are you guys going telepathic again?
This is Raina is whispering, but her whisper is like a normal conversation, pretty much.
I feel like they sometimes drift in and out, like mid conversation of like doing it mentally and then verbally and mentally and verbally. So like there's like every other sentence sometimes is spoken mentally. So you're only getting bits and pieces of the conversation between the two.
Yeah. I like your shirt, by the way, Mike. It's looking good today.
I couldn't resist it. Sorry.
We talked about it last time. I'm impressed you got it done.
It'll be 10 days of travel at a normal pace.
Okay.
That's just to get there?
That is just to get to Riverdam Raft, yes.
Okay. So 20 days to get there and back. Probably a little bit more if we're taking some people with us.
Okay. All right. On pause, now that I know. The distance.
The Lord Bronzefall also mentions, I know you seek aid from Riverdam. I do not believe they have a standing army of any kind. Perhaps they could scramble a militia. But they would be, though they may have stake in this with the drought expanding onward, I do not know how much aid they will have to give.
Any little bit helps. We're trying to topple an entire fortress. The walls are going to be rough to get down.
And if not, there are plenty of uses a militia can use.
Plus, if they do send a decent amount of people, even if they can't fight too well, after we do take Redinber, they can help rebuild a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps halflings make up the majority of Riverdam Raft. They are jovial people, and perhaps will keep the spirits of any fighting men high. Tradesmen, mostly. Riverdam is for the buying and selling of goods.
Well, that'll be good. You're going to need to establish some trade when you establish your new fortress. After all, you're going to need new materials to rebuild. You're going to need probably some people to help make some roads in between. Establishing a new trade route would be really beneficial for you.
Yes. I would also warn you, keep a close eye on your purses while you are there.
Okay.
Besides, I'm sure they need to trade as much as you will eventually, and if they've got no river to trade up and down, and what good is having a trade city?
This is true.
Besides, there's plenty of people who deal in trade that also deal in fighting. Mercenaries would really like to be in a place with a lot of coin, after all.
You would know.
I would.
Lord Bronzefall, I will tell you this. We will go there and assess their fighting capabilities and bring back who and what we can. And we will meet you at Ridgeford in 2 fortnights.
So we shall meet. Let us take down a fortress together.
Yay!
This is gonna be great.
I would ask if there's anything you want to do in Bronzefall Hill in order to prepare for your journey, but they're low on resources, so trying to.
Yeah, I'm not planning on taking anything that they have. We'll probably end up finding some resources on our way to Riverdam. Honestly, I mean, I'm a pretty decent hunter. I know Vespasian seems to be a decent hunter himself, as well as Merrick. So
I can occasionally do things like that.
Yeah, so like we'll be fine as far as like making sure that we're well fed and stuff. Once we get out of the range of the drought, which is probably going to be somewhere around like midway down Bold White, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it'll be yes. The further you get from Redinber Fortress, the more easily you will begin to find flora and fauna that can be used in that way. Nor asks that you please don't send any more trolls down south.
No promises. If we come across some trolls, I'm probably gonna send them.
Pick up our troll.
For
the war.
About that,
you have no idea.
Pick him up on our way back. We'll pick him up on our way back when we come back to Ridgeford.
Okay.
No reason to have him coming along with us to Riverdam. We'll just scare all the halflings.
to assess, Lord Bronzefall has made it clear that he will send scouts both to Redinber and up to Drakengard Keep for the purposes that have been spoken of, as well as gather whatever available fighters he can and send them to Ridgeford to meet you there.
In about 30 days.
Yes, in about 30 days.
Should give us plenty of time to get there and get back.
You have a month. Well, you're assuming that it's going to take about a month for Redinber Fortresses to get to Drayen and begin their siege of that city. So, we will continue to see how that goes.
Yeah.
What now?
When we were waiting for the storm to calm down before we moved on, did we have time to do a short rest?
I think the storm calmed down, and that's why we were able to.
Yeah,
over
you would
the
have
course
had
of the
time
night,
for
that's
a
why
long.
We were able to.
I'm sorry. You would have had a long rest. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, we rested in the cave, and then the storm calmed down, and then we left, and now we're here, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Good things to know. Yeah, I'm gonna reset some things. Like, yo.
Yeah, like
on the way out, I will give half my rations to if I see like the children and like young parents. I will give them like half my rations as I'm walking out.
Okay. They seem incredibly grateful. So the parents seem reluctant to take charity. There's that moment of like rejecting a handout out of pride, but with how eager the children are for your gifts of food, they nod and allow it. You're able to give out what you have, and you see that you have brought some reluctant delight into the households of several dwarves. If you're gonna head out,
We're gonna head out.
I will need some rolls really quick.
How many and what do you want?
I am going to tell you. Let me pull up my finger here. All right. Okay. We have a. Okay. Sorry, my brain is moving much slower than normal. I'll need 10 d12 rolls. You already knew that because you definitely had that already typed out.
No, I just typed it really quickly. So 2, 1, 9, 7, 3, 2, 2, 12, 11, 1.
Okay. All right. And then all right, I will also need the same number of survival checks from whoever is essentially navigating for the party. Whoever's going to be up front leading on your journey, I will need 12 survival checks from them.
I've got survival, but mine's only a +4. Does anybody have anything bigger?
Yeah, I've got
11.
bigger. I have a +7, and I think
You guys have +7s?
anyway leading us.
Plus,
So I say he just
Okay.
I'm +6, so there might be somebody higher than me.
Okay,
still
so
think you should
let's go one at a time instead of everybody. So you've got Merrick at +6. Does anybody have higher than that? Vespasian, you said yours is +7, correct?
Yeah, the other two elves both have, I think, we're both +7s.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
wouldn't lead.
Yeah,
Right.
I know. Merrick would be leading.
Merrick would
Lead.
be Merrick would be
Yeesh.
scouting, but if you've kind of got the map and are leading the planning the route, you can make
Yeah, I
those.
have the map.
Okay, then you can make the survival checks.
We have a lot of people with survival. Can he do it at advantage with all of us having survival?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so was it exclamation mark, right, to do the
No, it is backspace.
or backslash?
Yeah,
roll
that's what I meant. It's backslash.
10d12.
Yeah.
Not for
Or
survival,
10.
no. Yeah.
10d20.
20 d20 because you're doing advantage for each of those since we have so many survivalists apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
20d20. Nope.
Whoops.
Forgot to put
Gotta have
space.
forgot the space.
Sorry. And then we'll add the +7 to the 211 I just rolled.
So that's a 17, a 12, a 10.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah.
And these are all plus. They're not even adding the +7 to each
Correct.
one of these.
Yeah.
So it'd be a 24, a 19, a 17, a 26, a 23, a 26.
Why don't we do this? Are there any? They're
There
all gonna be like above 15, aren't they?
The lowest roll is a double 5, so that'll be a 12 is the lowest roll, and then the next lowest would be a 16.
Okay. I
Those
see
are
the
the
double
rolls.
5 there. So
Yeah, guess long distance is not as easy.
yeah.
You're inevitably going to screw up at least once.
Honestly,
I prefer.
advantage, those are pretty cool.
What's that?
I said for advantage, that's surprising that they're all above 10 still.
Yeah. You're traveling at a normal pace every day. Sorry. All right. Give me a number, the same number of D100 rolls.
10, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Cool. Thank you. Normally, I would have you guys do this between sessions, but obviously things have not been as fluid for me the last few days as they normally are. And I didn't know what exactly you were going to do in Bronzefall Hill besides talk to Lord Bronzefall. If there was anything else you had planned.
Yeah, that was pretty much all I had planned.
Yeah, that's fine. You will need to you'll need to use your personal rations the first 4 days of travel. After that, you can forage for food, by the way. But the first 4 days, there's no sign of, there's very little that you could scavenge from the land itself. And there's no animals to hunt. So, do you have 4 days worth of rations for everyone?
I've got mine.
I got
Right.
mine.
I have mine.
Talus has some.
Yeah, same for Lucy.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I think Raina would be the lowest right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but I still have enough for 4 days, so I'm good.
Okay.
Besides, Talus can always make bone broth.
Yeah, true.
Wait, what about the dogs?
Oh, do the dogs have
The dog. have so much dog food. I will be honest, when we started this campaign, a good portion of my starting cash went towards dog food.
That's really amazing. That is literally
He's like, "Hey,
amazing. Oh my god. Elf Squad is Destiny's Child. That's what chat is saying.
I'm a survivor.
Okay.
Multi-class into that rogue scout, and then it's never an issue.
Yeah.
I would have probably in this journey, I probably would have pulled Kolak aside at least once. Kolak. Do you have a strategy for this?
For what specifically? I've got a lot of different strategies bumping around in my head.
It seems like a thirst for war is consuming yourself, but I don't know if you have a plan for how to execute this quite elaborate siege.
Oh, that's not going to be too much of a problem. Everybody else is basically just going to be distracting the tower guards.
What happens if that army turns around and marches back toward us? And that siege takes that.
That's going to definitely make things a lot tougher, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. The main thing that we're going to be doing, the main thing that we need to ensure is that we have a passageway that goes straight back into Redinber, which we know we do. The caves are still in use, still something that we can use, and our group is capable of using them. Everybody else is going to be sieging from the outside, distracting whoever is there guarding, whether it be the whole contingent or whether it be just whoever's left over from when everybody left for Drayan. At the same time, I doubt Drayan is going to take this lying down. If the entirety of the army decides to turn around after a short to unsuccessful siege, I feel like Drayan, very much likely, are going to want to make sure that they don't return, and will likely give chase, which is going to cause them to be even worse as far as coming back. That being the case, I think the likelihood of them making it back before we do is extremely low. But in case it is, it's not going to be much of a problem. So long as we can get at least one of either Dragon Guard or Riverdam to help us out on this, I think we got this covered. The main thing that we need is some distracting force that stays outside of Redinber, makes them think that they're in trouble, and distracts everybody who are on the walls. We use the well, get back into Redinber, and go straight into the fort, straight into the palace itself. There, we're going to be taking out Ondar, as well as capturing, the Lord, so to speak. Once we capture him, we can use him as basically blackmail to make sure that the rest of the guards and the soldiers stand down. From there, we just open the gates.
This plan, well, bold, and I will give you that. It is bold. Relies on quite a bit of luck. And what else?
There's no luck in warfare when Morgan is blessing you.
Sure, plan than maybe what you're used to.
There's no luck in warfare, not when Morrigan is blessing you.
There's only luck in warfare. That is a lesson that I have learned at least once. But there are other lessons to learn. And when we get to Riverdam Raft, there are several things that I believe, from what I've heard, they might be more use than sitting on the siege walls. And maybe more use inside the city, or disturbing the supply lines to the south.
Certainly. There's a lot of things that we could use a group of halflings for. But we don't know what we're going to be getting until we actually get there, and we start talking to them and figuring out what it is that they're willing to commit to. After that, we'll have a better idea as to how to better use them.
Yes.
And
Oh,
Sorry,
go ahead.
but and the passageways, you're sure they lead under the castle, the citadel itself?
Leads into the courtyard. From there, you can get into the castle pretty quickly.
Fine.
I believe we should utilize these halflings in the same way this realm has come across their wood elf problem. There's a lot to be learned from ourselves. And maybe our styles of warfare differ than yours, as not lining up in phalanxes, attacking each other on the front. What you call terrorists, I see as an evolution in warfare. One of tactical wit and cunning, and one that seems to have accomplished quite a deal in quite a few places at once.
Not going to argue with you on that. Like I said before, assassination is a perfectly viable strategy in warfare itself. Whatever it takes to beat your enemy. Doesn't matter to me. Cunning, wiles, guerrilla tactics, overpowering them with sheer numbers. Doesn't matter. The point is, you win in the end.
All I am saying, Golak, is that when we go in there, let us keep our options open on the usefulness of these people.
I
And
agree.
if we can find a different use for them, we should utilize it.
I think
By
you
their
underestimate the halflings a little bit, though.
Indeed, you're forgetting if they are as crafty and nimble as the dwarven lord suggested. Perhaps they would be good to come into the tunnels with us. You could get them in and around the city before anyone realised.
True. Then Redinber's walls really wouldn't mean much a damn, would it?
No,
It depends how many we can fit down a tunnel that's 10 feet wide.
they're only halflings. I'm sure we can get them through abreast.
We'll see what
Yeah,
we can do.
But first, like you have said, we have our own issues of policy and diplomacy ahead. It is wise that we all keep our temperaments simmer.
Sorry. Are you
As
saying
to
that
not have any more assassination attempts.
Are you saying that the halflings might have a problem with you elves?
I'm saying almost everyone has a problem with somebody.
Great.
We should be careful not to step on any toes while we are there.
Not my plan. But if somebody decides that they're going to try and test us, I'm not going to hesitate.
I kind of whispered to Rena and Elvish, yeah, with feet that big, he's going to be stepping on a lot of toes.
I'm just gonna do a slight bow and go back to pull out the map and go back to that and kind of leave Kolok to his thing. Kind of said my piece about what's going to happen, and now more willing to just watch it play out as is.
Okay.
For clarity's sake, in Kolok's mind, Redinber Fortress is as good as taken. Right now, he's more focused on the other fortress, the one with the hobgoblins. That's going to be next up, and he's trying to figure out how to convince everybody that that needs to be taken as well as Redinber.
Yeah.
That is his main problem right now.
Mm-mm. And I'll tell you, Vespasian is the exact opposite, as he doesn't really know that much about the old fortress and doesn't care that much. He sees it as trying to convince an army and a half army or whatever is waiting at Riverdam, which he has no idea what that means. Could be just a bunch of thieves and lowlives to fight a war and then win a war against a fortress that's fairly still well protected enough, and with an army that's just kind of slightly out of town that could re-arrive at any minute from their from behind them, pincering them between a fortress. Vespasian is seeing it as a tactical battle map right now, and he's looking at it as even if we get the doors, we're probably not going to make it. It's a long shot to even take the fortress cleanly. But that is to be determined when we get there.
Yes. As you travel in the direction of Riverdam, avoiding the direct path past Redinber itself. The second day, the first day is clear. You travel back through the mountains, and though the pass that you had moved through before has a lot more dust and sand upon the ground than it had before the storm, you easily travel out of the mountains that first day. The second day is cloudless, and the sun beats down relentlessly throughout the day. Merrick, as you scout ahead, you see something glinting in the sunlight up ahead. Something about the size of a small child that is just reflecting sunlight painfully. It's hard to look directly at.
How far away is it?
It's just on the edge of your vision. So maybe a few 100 feet away. A couple 100 feet away.
Begin to move sort of out. Are the rest of the party, can they see me yet, or am I too far ahead of them?
You tell me how far ahead you're traveling from the party.
I'm probably scouting ahead, so I'm probably dipping in and out of their eye line. So I might have this, yeah. So I'm kind of just sort of scouting out far and then coming back and doing it as a zigzag just to so I can see them every now and then. So I'm probably a good
Maybe 6.
400 or 500 yards. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll begin to cautiously move towards it.
All right. You cautiously and stealthily move forward. Again, these areas used to be grasslands, but now the grass is just this brittle, kind of tan-colored, dead tall grass that it's hard to move through without making crunching sounds, but perhaps you're skilled enough to do so. Why don't you give me a stealth roll? Okay. Using the now savanna-like grasses to your advantage to stalk forward, the object begins to take shape. You see like I said, a small child-sized animal that is either covered in armor or made of it.
Have I came across anything like this before? Excuse me.
Give me a what's your I'm gonna say probably not. Beyond that, you can now make out the shape of some kind of overturned land vehicle, like maybe a wagon. It's you couldn't see it from where you had been before, with the tall grass and the light reflecting off of this, the metal of this object kind of blinding you. But now that you've changed positions and moved forward, you can see that like pieces of this wagon sticking out above the grass, like just on the downward slope of a hill.
So, how far? I think I'm out now out of sight of the rest of the group.
If you move back a little bit and out of the grass, you can easily get into sight of the rest of the party.
I'm going to move back to the rest of the part so I can see them, and then sort of just wave signal to them, and then I'm going to creep back towards this thing to see if I can get a better closer to it.
Okay.
Oh.
So you're just giving them the "I found something" signal.
Yep.
Should I establish psychic connections with Merrick while I see him?
I figure that's standard protocol, like whoever's scouting ahead you keep in contact with, so that...
That's true. I should roll my psychic data.
Yes.
Or at least try to do it once a day. You know, maybe more than once a day, just to try not to drain her psychic powers in case. Especially if she rolls a bunch of low numbers.
Can you... How
Well,
long...
if I roll low numbers, my psychic power gets better. So.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Hey, Lucy.
Yeah.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, great.
Okay. Just so you know, whenever you roll a 1 on your psychic die and your die increases, actually, I think I might do it whenever your die decreases. You'll have to make the roll from now on.
Oh, interesting. So when I roll the highest number?
Yeah, because you're expending some of your psychic power, and that's why it decreases, right?
That would make sense.
So as your psychic die decreases, you will have to make a wisdom save whenever you roll the highest number to see if...
I have complete confidence that I will keep doing well throughout the entire game.
Okay, you establish an hour's worth of connection with Merrick.
Okay. Lucy, there's some strange creature here. I'm going forward to have a look at it. I've never seen anything like this before. It seems to be...
Okay, be careful.
I will be.
Let me know if I need to pass anything on to the rest of the group.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll hear the scream. I know. I'll begin moving further forward.
Okay.
How far back are we? 600?
About 600 yards, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna stealth. Can I just roll a stealth check? Just because if she tells us that, then...
Are you gonna move up?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a stealth roll then. All right.
I'm gonna still keep my distance from him, but like kind of like signal that I'm there, so
Understood.
he sees me, and then but like still stay back another 40 or so feet, 50 or so feet, as long as I'm line of sight. But
you move forward, Merrick, and as you do, you see the shape kind of coalesce before you into what is definitely a what looks like a dog made out of armor is the easiest way to put it. Again, about the size of a small child, and it is lying unmoving amongst the grass, and beyond it, maybe 60 feet or so beyond it is an overturned wagon. It's a painted wagon, though the paint is chipped and faded. The wagon is clearly damaged, that you can see.
I'll begin to move. I'll keep moving forward towards it.
Okay.
Is it moving at all?
The mechanical creature? No.
Yeah.
Nope. It is shaped in every way like a dog, and as you get up to it, you see that it is, well, essentially it looks like a construct, in the shape of a large dog, a large mastiff. There's no sign of life either, in the form of, like, it has no flesh.
Yep.
But also it's not moving. It's showing no indication that it maybe could move. And beyond that, the wagon, now that you're up this close, you can see arrows sticking out of the sides of the wagon, and a shape, the shapes of a body and horses.
I'll begin to move out of the cover towards the wagon.
Okay.
Just let me know when I don't see him anymore, if he disappears behind something.
Yeah, as soon as he goes over the line of the hill towards the wagon, you kind of lose sight of him.
Okay. I'm gonna try to move either to, with him being to the north of me, assuming just for standard compass rose, I'd probably move to the east or west to see if I could try to get an angle on him, to get a clear view, and if that's not possible, then I would incrementally move up.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep. Merrick, you find that the wagon is mostly intact. The axles are broken. The wheels have been shattered. There are signs of axe marks and arrows in the wagon, but they beneath the axe marks, you see that this wagon, which initially looks like a wooden wagon, is heavily reinforced underneath. That the axe marks revealed metal beneath the wood. The wagon is also painted, and like I said, the paint is kind of faded and chipped, and you see that there's some kind of a grand fancy title in Halfling painted on the side of the wagon. At the head of the wagon, you find two desiccated and picked ponies that have clearly been the victims of scavenger birds at some point, though it must have been quite a bit ago because you haven't heard or seen any sign of scavenger birds in a long time. As well as a body that would clearly indicate a halfling driver. Arrows sticking out of the body that are broken, but still there.
And I take it this metallic dog creature just sat there. I'm going to have a quick look at that as well.
Yeah, it's not moving. It's still laying there.
Is the wagon covered? Is it enclosed and
yes,
shut?
It's a wooden. It is a big wooden wagon that is enclosed. Think like the wizard's wagon in the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. So I'm going to look to see where the door is at and see if I can open, if it's opened or it's locked. So I'm guessing there's one behind the driver and one at the back or something like that.
Yes, that is correct. There's one at the back. You can see that it has steps that fold up that are like closed at the moment. The door.
Is the wagon?
What's that?
Is the wagon upright or on its side?
No, it's on its side. It's on its side.
Okay.
I'll kind of try and see if I can open the door to look inside.
Okay. You can see axe marks and pry marks on the door, and they seem to have been unsuccessful in the attempt to break it open. You can see that, once again, although this wagon looks like it is wooden on the surface, dry, brittle wood, you can see evidence that it is reinforced with metal beneath.
Metal.
As you approach the door, you try to pull on it and tug on it, and it doesn't open. And you can see that there's some kind of there is a lock mechanism on the door itself.
Oh, I ain't no thief. I'll go back around to the body of the driver. I mean, I'm guessing he's been dead for some time as well, and picked well over.
Yes, he is.
Quickly search through him, see if there's potentially got a key or anything on him.
Give me an investigation roll.
Ooh,
no.
Not good.
No, in fact, as you kind of like go to examine the corpse, it reminds you so heavily of the dried out husk of a person that the demon was trapped inside, that it kind of throws you off.
I'll kind of jump back down again. I hate those things. Well, Kolak could probably break it down. I'll wait till he arrives.
Okay.
I'm going back to have a look at this dog.
Okay. You move back to look at that, and Vespasian is not far behind you at this point. And if the wagon kept moving, you would probably see it coming closer with everyone else. It is like I said, it's a mechanical mastiff. It is not functioning currently. There's signs of there's probably not even signs of rust or anything like that, because it hasn't rained in weeks.
Can I see if there's any recent? Does it look like there's been any recent traffic around it, or if there's anyone watching us? Because that's what I'm basically.
Give me a survival check to look for any kind of tracks. But as far as you can see, you're in open grassland, so anybody watching you would have to be really good. Have to be Merrick levels of good at hiding. You don't see any tracks or any signs of recent foot traffic around this.
Somebody's been here in a while. I'll kind of pat the dog in the head.
Clank, clank, clank.
Weird. And kind of look around. I take it because it's on its side, we can't really see what's written on the side of the wagon very well.
On the one side, do you speak Halfling?
No.
Okay. So yeah, that's it's like on its side, like I said. So you have one side facing up that you would be able to read, and then the other side is on the ground. And eventually, the wagon with everybody else catches up to you, to where this is.
Anyone could relax. This thing is locked up tighter than a fortress. No pun intended. But yeah, there's metal behind it. I don't know if you fancy kicking the door down, because I'm curious to find out what's inside.
I'm gonna give it a shot, that's for sure.
I will immediately go over to the robot dog.
Mm-hmm.
Talus has walked over to the halfling corpses and is searching for a barrel to put them in.
Lucy is also checking out the robot dog.
Oh God. All right. Yes. Talus. There's a halfling body that's basically desiccated, along with the corpses of a couple of ponies. Kolok, you find this heavily reinforced door on the back of this wagon that is on its side.
I am going to rage and extend my tail and just whack that thing as hard as I can.
Go ahead, give me an attack roll on the door.
I really hope he doesn't break what's inside it.
You slam your tail heavily into the door of this wagon. Give me a damage roll. All right. And you see that it heavily dents in the wood that is on the outside of it, splintering and breaking off. It has not broken, but it is heavily dented inward now.
Probably 2 more swipes. What do you think?
Kolok yells loudly.
Oh, I'll bet on one. Going 2 gold pieces.
Kolok, as you slam your tail against the door a second time, it seems to have no impact on it whatsoever.
All right. Well, keep doing it.
I could maybe try to cut it open with the flame blade.
Nah, you might catch on fire whatever's inside.
Well,
We
that's a
tried
good
knocking.
point. Keep smacking it.
And tell us, I do hope we're taking this corpse back to the river dam where the halflings belong to, so we can return it to Bernadette's family.
No, I was planning to bring them back to life, and then I would give them back.
I think they probably prefer the bones intact
Um,
and not moving.
No, they wouldn't be bones anymore. It'd just be the whole halfling.
He means actually reviving them, not turning them into skeletons.
Oh, okay. That's different. I didn't know you could do that.
He's already done it
not?
before.
approach the wagon. I'm gonna kind of investigate the hatch marks that have been made into it and the arrows, and if I can figure out maybe their origins.
Sure, give me
attacked?
give me an investigation roll on that stuff. That's fine. Kolak, your tail slams heavily against the door. You can see it dent, but it certainly doesn't seem to have done much damage to the door itself.
Ah, God damn it! Come on! Open them already!
Vespasian, the arrows that are there, the broken arrows that are all around, they are absolutely goblinoid in nature. Probably, they look more like goblin arrows than hobgoblin arrows. Hobgoblin arrows are much more well made. These are black with black and easily broken, smaller.
Okay, and looking at the canine, does it look like, looking at its incisors, is it meant to be in the guard dog to some extent? Or...
It looks like it could be used functionally for that purpose. It is legitimately like an exact replica of a dog.
Oh, a mastiff. Okay, I was wondering more if it was kind of designed as a weapon of war ish, or if it was more. But that answers my question. It's mostly just like a mechanical pup.
It's a mechanical mastiff. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. Go ahead, Kolak. Keep hitting it. What's that, Rena?
I want to bring it back. Can I find out the power source, how to make it alive again?
Do you have Tinker's tools as a?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Then, just give me a straight intelligence roll.
Yeah, that's not gonna go well. I'm dumb as hell.
Kolak, you slam your tail against the door, but to no avail.
I'm gonna get this thing eventually.
Yes, you will. I'm just trying to determine like how long it takes you, right? And
Yeah.
how. So, Rena, you're looking at this thing, and you see a. You're like, oh, this should open. It looks like it opens here, and you start prying at it at this spot to see how it's powered, and you actually break it more in the process.
I will cry. Arena will start like silently crying.
And Lucy's gonna try to assist, even though she also knows literally nothing about
Like,
artificing.
you know, when you see a spot on a thing, you're like, oh, this definitely opens, and then you like go to, and then you open it, and it's like that was not supposed to be opened. That's exactly what happens here. Lucy,
Can I make a roll with Lucy to try to help and or
yeah, just
make
make an intelligence roll.
I find it amazing, by the way. Can I just point out, I find it awesome that both of our like major dedicated spellcasters have a -1 to their intelligence.
Yeah. Lucy, looking at it, you are definitely sure that Rena has broken it. More.
Oh no, puppy! It's okay. We'll just put it in the barrel with Palace's stuff.
Lucy is
And
like,
someone will fix it.
I imagine you saying this to Ray as you're like shoving like wires and other things back inside its body and trying to reattach that little hatch that she has just broken.
I will be crying the whole time she's doing it. It's just like silent tears down. She's just like so depressed with herself.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. It's like a robot dog. They don't feel pain, I think, or anything. It's probably just.
When you say I think, she'll just start crying, like loud sobs now.
Kolak, you smash the door with your tail again. It takes you, I will say this, it takes you a while of hammering at this door with your tail. It has a slight damage threshold. And so when you're hitting it, like, you keep smacking it, and it doesn't seem to do much. And finally, after like a good 5-10 minutes of hammering at this thing, you finally are able to get the door to smash enough that the latch breaks. And the door is hanging, swinging, dented to all shit on its hinges. I just imagine you getting angrier and angrier as the thing doesn't break.
Just, why won't you open?
And you realize now, those of you with any sense of intelligence realize why these goblins probably were not able to get into this wagon.
I
never thought, maybe
anyone with a sense of intelligence.
well, that rules me out as well.
I love this. This is the party where everyone has intelligence as their dump stat.
Oh god, it is, isn't it?
Alice has a reasonable amount of intelligence for his class, so we have one smart person.
Tell us, what is your intelligence?
Talus has an intelligence of 16.
Oh, see,
Oh, that's
there you
pretty
go.
good. Yeah.
So the rest of the party combined.
As you, Kolak, the door kind of just swings loosely on its hinges after you smash it to bits. You put a clawed hand in and lift it and peer into the back of the wagon. Your dark vision kind of turning everything inside to a black and white outline. There's a workman's bench attached to one wall, tools and things scattered all on the inside, along with parts and pieces of metallic parts and pieces. A tiny portable forge and anvil built into one part of the thing, and weapons and armor that are both finished and unfinished. You're looking in the back of a portable artificer's workshop built into this wagon. I will also tell you that the space seems slightly larger inside of the wagon than it should for the size and shape of the wagon itself.
But it's still on its side, right? Like the room is still.
It is. Yep, it's on its side, and like a lot of the stuff is just kind of fallen and piled onto the one side of the wagon.
Looks like we got ourselves a workman's bench in here. Somebody's been doing a lot of work in this particular carriage, wagon, whatever.
You know, I bet this dead halfling probably knows how to fix the dog.
Probably.
Really?
Yeah, I bet they made it.
Tell us, can you speak to the dead?
Not at the moment, actually, no, but I've been working on it. I think I'll figure it out pretty soon.
You want to add the halfling to the bodies, the to be revived pile?
Already done.
Great, so we just bring them back, and then they bring the dog back, and then everyone's happy again.
We'll toss the dog on the wagon.
Talus has like a few barrels. He's got the to be resuscitated barrel, and then he's got his pile of undead barrel.
So
Dead and undead.
Ones that work and the ones that don't, like to fix it.
The fixer-uppers.
I could see him just labeling the barrels like dead inside, undead inside.
How does it look like the wagon is just tipped on its side, or does it look like there's been like irreparable damage to the parts of the wagon that can't be fixed?
Like I said, the axle and wheels are definitely broken.
Like looking. I'll look inside. Kind of like look at Talos and the rest of them. You think we could probably upgrade if we were willing to cannibalize our own wagon for this? It's a risk.
Do any of us know how to build wagons? I don't.
Hard?
I don't know what
I
don't know what everybody's tool proficiencies are.
I have none, so
we have no what?
I have no tool proficiency. I don't know what everyone.
Yeah,
else
I don't
has.
know what.
And then do you out of game? Do you have mending though?
Nope.
Also, nope.
That's a hard no.
Do we really want to spend a day or two trying to build a wagon? We really kind of are on a time scale here.
That's true. Well,
besides,
you're correct.
If these are goblins, we don't know when they'll be if or when they'll be back.
This attack looks fairly old. So,
well, again, there's artificer's tools, tinker's tools, like equipment for building, creating things, and there's finished and unfinished items inside this wagon.
What if we have 2 horses, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just thinking back to my old days, but I don't know if Best Facing would know this, so we'll just say that no. We're just gonna cannibalize what's in there.
All right, give me some investigation checks as you're searching through the wagon.
How many do you want? Just one?
Anybody who's looking can give me one.
So 22.
Talus, you're just so busy with the bodies right now.
Yeah, I'm still chilling with the remains of the dog.
Talus, you find a barrel.
Incredible. That's all he needed.
Yeah, it's the barrel seems to be filled with water, by the way. But you find a barrel.
Are we still in the desert plains?
Yeah.
I was going to say, is it fresh water?
Okay.
I mean, it's been there. It's been in this barrel for days. It looks like it's evaporated a little, but it's water. It looks like it was meant to be drinking water.
I just love it because everyone we have just has like sheer war magic. We're sitting here. Like,
does anybody have any utility magic? No?
I know, like the clean drinking water.
I can blow up if you want.
Oh,
If
look.
we could see through the door, I could get through it because
Well,
I
we-
can
we've gotten
teleport.
through
But
the door.
Look, here's an opportunity for a non-combat encounter upon the road. Do any of you have any skills to interact with this non-combat encounter? No. Let's smash it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna offer to fireball it once we were done with it, so no one else could have it. But
Right. Well, don't really have time to be rebuilding a cart or anything like that, but I imagine this might be somebody who might be important as far as Riverdam is concerned. Halfling, seems like a mobile workshop. Probably important.
Vespasian, give me a D100 roll, please.
Okay.
Well, maybe we could take some proof of who this person is. Well, as well as their body. Talus, you are planning not turning that into a skeleton.
No, I generally reserve my enemies for skeletons.
well,
I'm
that's
not
really-
sure that's any better, but
No, he makes it enemies into friends. It's nice.
Well, Kolak, we could probably take this wagon back with us if we throw counterweight on the back wheel.
Maybe, but we don't exactly have the horsepower for it.
What?
We don't exactly have the horsepower for it.
All right.
I could hitch up some skeletons.
12 skeletons, carry it. What is their strength checks? Dude, just like I just imagine like 12 skeletons like walking behind this thing.
while that's discussion, I'm just going to make sure that I cover a quick sweep round us just to make sure there's nothing coming anywhere near us.
I can walk if that helps.
Each skeleton, I believe, has 10 strength. So that's,
Yeah.
Vespasian, you find 3 intact red potions in the back of the wagon.
Okay. I'm kind of.
You find a on the workbench, like hanging next to it, you find a sack that seems empty.
Okay.
You reach into it and you can't feel the bottom of it.
Okay. I reach further into it.
Yeah, you're up to like your shoulder and you can't feel the bottom of the bag.
Okay.
Um, you actually find, so you find 3 red potions. You find, uh, like a potion bottle that, um, has like a sticky black kind of thick, heavy, viscous liquid inside of it.
Okay.
Lucy definitely wants to drink that.
Slow down. Get to it all.
And you find a ceramic jug, about a 1 gallon ceramic jug. And you can hear something sloshing around inside of it, but when you look inside, it's empty. But
Interesting.
you can
Is
hear.
it just got so like the ceramic jug? It's kind of got how big of a mouth does it have? Like a small mouth or a big mouth?
Um, it's got a big enough mouth that you can like look down into it, and see inside and see that it's just an
Oh,
empty.
so it's not corked.
What's that?
It's not like corked. It's just like an open ceramic jug.
Yes.
And then like when I switch it around and not looking, it's like a Schrodinger's cat kind of situation.
Yes, you can hear liquid
Sure.
inside of it, but you can't see any liquid inside of it.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what you find, of any intact usefulness.
Okay. And then you said that there was also a Tinker's toolkit and
Yes.
What else in there? Is there any other kind of?
There's Tinker's tools. There's.
Is there any like chemistry kind of kits?
Yeah.
Or
There's an
anything?
alchemy. There's alchemist tools, and there's also there's also smith's tools inside of the wagon, all intact. There are several pieces of armor and weapons, but they all look, but they're all pretty standard and
Partially constructed or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there any like supplies in the back specifically for my poisoner's kit kind of supplies, or is it?
For your, like you said, like poisoner supplies? No, not really like poisoner supplies of any kind. Maybe stuff for like an herbalist kit, and again for like alchemy and things like that.
Okay, just good to know. So with these, I'm just double checking you're done with all the cool discoveries.
Yes, those are those are all the cool discoveries.
Okay, just double checking before I don't want to cut you off. So I'd reach out and be like, as I'm like searching through what is a fairly dark cabin, and I've kind of lit the amulet on my chest with the light cantrip to kind of search through, because I assume it's dark inside there.
It is.
The room is larger, to find all of this. I'd kind of call back out and I'd be like, some interesting things in here. And then I'd kind of continue search through stuff a little bit longer. And then I would grab these things and I'd take the bag, and I'm going to turn the bag inside out. If I can find anything that's in there, because I can't read the bottom, right?
Sure. You turn the bag inside out. Why I closed this page, I don't know. You turn the bag inside out,
ripped into a new plane of existence.
Yeah, no. And what falls out is a bunch of gold, a bunch of gold, and like a small halfling bust that is kind of sculpted from stone and embedded with jewels and precious metals. A rolled up tapestry. Two ornately designed candelabras. And a what looks like a let's see. What looks like a portrait of some kind of noble halfling family that is in a vastly gilded and jeweled frame. That is kind of like built into the portrait is like and the portrait and the frame are like one large object.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll call out. I'll be like, Talus, you better not defile that body. We might need it.
How many times do you guys gotta tell him not to turn it into a skeleton after he already tells you he's not planning on it?
Honestly, at least one more.
Ah.
Then I kind of turn back right side, and then I don't know whoever's closest to the door. That I don't know if, honestly, since it's a halfling opening, I don't even know if you can fit Kolak.
Kolak would be able to, it's large enough for a medium-sized creature to squeeze through.
And then, yeah, whoever else. And then, yeah, I would just kind of show what we had kind of, this stuff, and we had, like, you recognize this family by chance? This portrait.
One halfling's another halfling to me.
I don't know much about basically any noble families, so...
Unfortunately, my history of halfling nobles is lacking. It's not quite the circles of nobility I am accustomed to.
I never pay much attention to the hoity-toity folks. They strike me as useless.
Well, as useless as this is, there's a large pile of gold that came out of this bag.
True. How much gold? Out of curiosity.
I will tell you in a second.
Well, everyone's interested in the gold. Arena's just going to look at the family portrait and be like, oh, they seem really nice. Are we going to return all their stuff to them?
9,000 gold.
No. So just a small smidgen of stuff.
Yeah, enough that you would like to have to start scooping it and piling it back in with both hands. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know, maybe. Not sure about that.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold.
Yeah, good thing you're out scouting.
We could definitely probably use a lot of that.
Do any of you speak halfling at all? Any of you?
No.
No.
We're useless. We're the useless party.
Wait. Somebody said I speak halfling.
Yeah, at least he does.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
All right. The side of the wagon reads Maldo the Magnificent. In halfling.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Artificer, it says Artificer, Alchemist, and Entertainer Extraordinaire.
Wow, I want to meet Maldo.
Maldo is currently in the barrel.
Talus,
Okay.
bring him back, right?
So, I'm gonna look at Kolak, and I don't know if anyone else is there, but it would be whoever was close to the opening or around there investigating with me at the time. And I'd be like, we should put this back in this bag and take it with us, whatever we can. And we really, really should keep that corpse intact. And I kind of like look back out the door to see if I can see Talus, because I know it's not gonna happen.
You unleash one demon, and suddenly no one trusts you not to desecrate bodies.
To be entirely fair, Talus, they didn't trust you not to desecrate bodies way before the demon.
I trust you.
Okay, so what are you doing with all of this stuff and with
I'm gonna
Maldo?
I'm gonna put it all back in the bag. All the basically everything that I can scavenge that's worth a damn. Mostly, as much as I'm interested in the gold and everything, I'm more interested in the kits.
Okay,
Um,
you take the toolkits, you take the gold, you take the potions, the jug, all of that stuff, and you throw it all in the bag.
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what time of day is it.
This is the middle of your second day of travel.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna take it all, and we're gonna put it in the bag and say, it's best we go over this when we have more time. But we're on a timetable.
Okay. Okay. Well, you shove everything into the bag. You get back on to the wagon. Are you taking the dog?
I am. Yes, 100%. Every little piece.
Okay. And you get back out onto the road, being more wary of the possibility of goblins. Though this is clearly a victim of this incident that may have happened days and days ago. Maybe more than a week earlier. But who knows what this opportunity has afforded you, having found Maldo's desiccated corpse, and robbing him of his goods. I guess you can't really rob a corpse, but let's take a quick break so I can get some more water, and we'll be right back.
Okay. Let's say Talus.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm
Either
sure
that
it
or we'll
will.
die, but
We're
either way.
we're back, folks. You spend some time traveling several days out of the desert and into the grasslands. It is the reverse of what you've been experiencing. The further out from the mountains you go, the greener and more lush things become. And by your 8th day of travel, you are in a bright green valley filled with the sounds of birds and wind through the grass. And other than one day of scorching heat in the drier parts of Oregon, travel has been pleasant and light. You've been able to figure out that you gathered a number of greater healing potions, some oil of slipperiness, a bag of holding, and an alchemist's jug from the back of that artificer's wagon.
An inert dog.
And an inert metallic dog. But after your first week of travel towards Riverdam Raft, Merrick loses the beaten path.
Good. Can we say real quick before this, because I want to make sure I'm not going to hold all of the stuff, obviously, for myself, because I don't need 3 potions of greater healing.
Yes.
So I probably would have asked around. I would have definitely given one to Merrick, because he gets his butt kicked too much. I wouldn't let him know that, but I would have been like, you should take one of these, as you seem to be on the front lines a little more than I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I would have asked Emmy if she wanted one first.
Raina's good. She probably would not offer or like take anything from anyone. She's just happy with your metallic dog. That's not a lie.
That's what I figured. I probably spent some time talking to her about it and being like, well, we'll find somebody to fix it somewhere. And then I'd probably give her the tinker's tools so she can mess around with it, because I know that's what she would want to do, is still try to fix it, probably. So I'd give her the tinker's tools if she takes them. Do you want them?
Yeah, I'll take them to try and repair my broken dog that I screwed up.
Right. After a week of travel, you can make a Tinker's Tools roll to try and fix the dog. It is going to be Tinker's Tools plus intelligence. So if you are not proficient with Tinker's Tools, it will be just a straight intelligence roll. But you now have tools to break it further instead of using just your hands.
You know what? I'm still gonna try. Let's do it. Maybe. Yeah, we're gonna give it a shot.
This is gonna be great.
Hey, let me see. Can I use? I'm trying to see if I could use Dark One's favor for this.
You let me know.
While this is happening, I would have gone to Kolak and Lucy and offered them both one of these greater healing potions.
Kolak will take one. Can never have too many healing potions.
Lucy will take it only if Talus doesn't.
Talus is fine.
Yeah, I would have given it to Lucy, and then I would have pulled Talus aside and handed him the necromancy book and kind of like held it out and been like, "This is on loan. Don't do anything rash."
I won't burn the book. I'll just read it. It's fine.
I'll catch the cog as it goes flying out the back of the dog on the way past.
If it is an ability, if you're doing it like an ability check, I can add a D10 if that would affect it in any way.
It is technically an ability check, yes.
So I'm gonna try Dark One's luck to add a D10 if that helps. What's the command to roll again?
/roll space die code.
So now Talus has the book of necromancy. I also been looked at Talus, and I was said, "Keep this between you and me. No one else will know you have this."
Very well, if this is your wish, but I thank you for the knowledge contained within.
And then, yeah, so that way I don't have nearly as much stuff. So that gets rid of all the Greater Healing's Potion art out, the book is out, and now we just have a bag full of the rest of it. Oh, and I told Lucy, I hadn't gone up to her and told her, you know that black liquid you wanted to drink? So I would not drink it. You can try, but I don't think it would work. I don't think it would be.
Yeah. So you still have the oil of slipperiness and the alchemist jug.
Yeah, for now, until we find a use for them, or they're just sitting in a bag of holding along with all of this other stuff. And then I would have also, before this whole Merrick thing too, as well as him getting lost, I would have looked and tried to figure out the tapestry, if there's anything particular on this tapestry.
Yeah, I'll have you make some history checks on the items that you found, the portrait and the tapestry. So you can make some history rolls on that, and then I'll let you know what the results of those are.
I'm not lost. I'm just temporarily directionally challenged.
Yeah, and you're not incredibly lost. You just kind of took a left where you should have taken a right, and have ended up in this thick grove of apple trees.
And then the bust. If the bust is anything, it's going to be the third one. So
yeah,
I haven't looked at the rolls yet, but
you're not very familiar with Ord halfling history, so none of these things seem very familiar with you. The portrait, at the very least, seems to be of a noble halfling family, but you don't know anything about them beyond putting together the obvious pieces. Merrick, you lead the group off the beaten path and into this apple orchard. And as you're kind of scouting through it, you can hear the sounds of an elvish prayer to Nadara emanating from deep within this orchard.
Oh, I keep walking in.
Okay.
I haven't heard another elvish voice in a while. Is it an elvish? Is it an elven or is it?
It is. It's an elven. Yes.
Does the apple tree, the orchard look does it look natural or does it look farmed? Do you know what I mean? Does it look like it's just grown up, or is
it looks natural, but it looks magically encouraged.
Okay.
As you are you moving quietly or to be known?
I'm moving to be known.
Okay. As soon as your footfalls become noticeable by the voice, it stops singing, and you can see now through the trees a small shrine to Nadara and a garden being tended by an elven priest wearing the trappings of Nadara. And she stops singing and stands up abruptly and looks directly in your direction, the direction of your footfalls, and says, "Why are you disturbing my grove?"
I stumbled. I was responding in Elvish. I stumbled upon by accident, and I heard a voice I didn't expect to find here. I've not heard that prayer since my mother sang it.
Likely story. Are you alone?
I have companions.
Of course you do. They always have companions.
I have no arms, John. I mean you no harm.
Sure.
Is this your orchard?
It is mine to tend. It belongs to Nadara.
I'll make sure she can step out and she can see. I'll make it so that I've not got any weapons drawn.
Okay. What just happened?
Nothing.
Okay.
I was just trying to think of the most inappropriate thing for this scene.
Of course you were. I need to pull back on the map real quick. Figure out where you are exactly.
How far is the carriage or the wagon from where Merrick's is ahead?
I think we've said that Merrick travels a few feet ahead of, or a few hundred feet ahead of everybody, right?
But I think we said that she'd be doing communications every day, so
yes,
we would hear a communication.
Okay, I was just curious if we see the apple orchard, because I would want to go pick some apples.
Okay. You're a little ways out. You can see the apple orchard up ahead, but you're not in the orchard yet. Let's see. All right. I am just double checking something. You say that that you have some companions. You step forward and show that you are not, you're not carrying any weapons or mean any harm. And she kind of eyes you up, suspiciously, regardless of this. Who sent you?
My name is No one sent me at all. I am merely traveling on the road with my companions. We're heading to Riverdam Raft. I think I took a wrong turn slightly, and I came across the orchard, and I heard your voice. I was curious. Oh, my name is Marek, and I'll give her the sort of slight half bow that he tends to do.
Well, let's. Why don't you call your companions forward, and we'll assess the truth of all of this.
They'll be here shortly. They weren't too far behind. May I ask your name?
I guess. She seems reluctant. I'm Humania.
It is good to meet you.
Sure.
I really don't mean any harm.
Maybe you don't.
She's she's clearly suspicious and uncomfortable with your presence.
Glance around. Can I see anything else or any one or thing else around?
She's alone. I mean, there are squirrels and birds and chipmunks moving around in the surrounding grove, but there are no other elves.
Rain will be happy.
Her shrine is well tended. It is. There are 4 trees that the branches of which kind of create a dome almost, a dome-like canopy, and each tree is in the throes of a different season, in spite of it being midsummer. Oh, there's like one in full bloom and one that is in the dead of winter, one that has the leaves of fall, and one that is in the buds of spring, and they create this canopy over a kind of dais that has a symbol of Nadara on it. You can also see a small, like a small house that is of elven architecture, familiar styles of architecture to those of the elf homes here in the grove. She says, "You'll have to excuse me. I'm on edge. My grove has..." "You're not the only visitor who's come here, and most of them seek harm."
I didn't think I'd find a grove on a house like this, so far away from the forest.
Nadara is in all of nature.
Perhaps, but it is unusual to stumble across this. Who else has come to give you harm?
I'm not quite sure I'm ready to tell a stranger what my business is.
Well, me and my friends are passing by. I'm sure they'll be curious to where I've got to.
I've been an ill host. You seem to be an honest fellow, at least when it comes to this. Your friends may enter my apple orchard if you seek rest. Especially if you've been lost, perhaps I can help you on your way.
That would be greatly appreciated. And I'm sure my friends would appreciate it as well. It is quite pleasant to find a memory of home so far away from it.
You're from Elven lands.
To the south. My mother tends a grove like this.
Is she also a priestess?
That's not the term she uses herself, but yes, you could call her that.
And you said your name was Merrick.
It is.
Well met, Merrick. Gather your companions and join me for lunch.
I will return shortly with them, and I'll half bow again, and then step back to the edge of the forest and wait for this lot to catch up.
Okay.
We'll ride our way in fairly shortly afterwards.
I've encountered. Sorry, I should have let Lucy know, but I kind of got lost in the moment. There is an elven priestess within. She tends a shrine to Nadara. She's invited us in for lunch. If you, she seems a bit nervous though.
Well, that's so nice.
Yeah, she seems nervous though. I think she has not had some good encounters with strangers recently.
Oh no. Well, I'll make sure to not hurt her.
What's going on, Lucy?
Merrick met an elven priestess who's invited us for lunch, but apparently she's a little on edge because people have been rude to her recently, so...
All right.
But still,
What's so mean? Who's mean to a priestess?
You'd be surprised. So, does Merrick want us to go in, eat, and leave so he has some private time with the priestess, or what?
Hey Merrick, what's our current plan? Do you want us to just come over and have lunch?
Yeah, she's offered to help us with the route to Riverdam Raft. If I'm completely honest, we might have stepped off the trail slightly. Please don't tell the rest.
Oh, no worries. Okay, Kolak. So, she's we're gonna go there for lunch, and then she's gonna get us the rest of the way to Riverdam Raft. Not because like Merrick messed up or anything like that.
Were we already on the right way?
Yeah.
Miss Mason,
Assumption.
can you confirm?
I'm still looking at the map, trying to figure out exactly where we are.
He's spinning it because he's not sure which way is like.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm still looking at the sextant and seeing how it all moves and pretending that I know what I'm doing, but I'm still working out the kinks. I'm trying to learn, figure it out. But
great. Okay, let's go have lunch with the priestess.
Yay!
Okay.
Do you think she'll let us pick some apples?
Ask first. Priestesses tend to be a little finicky.
Lucy, could you ask Merrick if she minds undead?
I tend to agree with Kolak on this.
Hey Merrick, would you mind asking the priestess what her stance on undead are?
She's kind of a domain for life
probably
death,
the same as probably the same as mine. Please put them away.
Merrick says to put your skeletons away, Talus.
Okay, fine. And he starts just loading them into barrels.
Do we take them out during travel, or do we just keep them dormant? Just
well,
curious.
yeah, because we gotta have some music while we're traveling.
Yeah, they gotta play the instruments.
As we discussed, we have a bag of holding now.
They're
We can put
behind
them
us
in the bag of
playing their
holding.
instruments.
You can have a bag of holding filled with skeletons.
Oh, we'll see where that goes. Right now unfortunately, we have more gold in there than that is probably just as heavy as those barrels of skeletons. So we got to figure out to get that into smaller, more manageable sum.
We'll deposit it in the bank of something.
And then we got to find some gnomes.
When you
Whoever does.
move into the small clearing within this orchard where this shrine is, the priestess has prepared a place for a meal and is standing very, very rigidly as your wagon pulls into her clearing.
Hi, priestess. I'll wave from a distance.
I am not a high priestess, simply a priestess.
No, I meant like, hi, priestess.
Hello. She looks.
Hi.
She looks at each of you.
I'll just what?
She's
Full
assessing
lock.
you.
Just,
What's
yeah.
that?
I just put a step forward and go. Eumania, this is Kolok, Vespasian, Lucy, Vena, and Talus.
How are you about eating meat? Are you like save the animals or?
You may partake of whatever it is that you like, Dragonborn.
Great. Also, you know what I am?
I've met at least one.
Really? Huh. Most people just think I'm a big lizard.
You're not a lizard.
You mean-
You don't do that tongue thing.
Do I recognize her at all?
I do. I wish I could.
Like,
With practice.
She's from. She's
is she a
from
full elf
Oregon.
or
What's that?
Is she a full elf or a half elf? And
She's a
if
full
so-
wood elf.
Okay. Would I recognize her from being close to where I am from? From the way, like, her mannerisms?
She does not have. She does not have the mannerisms of someone who is from the Feywild or the Ancient Forest. In fact, Merrick, you would be more familiar, as she seems to have certain intonations in her Elvish that would reflect someone from Coriel.
Choreographer.
She greets each of you very formally and kind of looking at each of you with suspicion, sizing you up.
Yeah, I attempt to greet her back in a very formal manner, kind of reflecting the same greeting back onto her. Thank you for your hospitality. It's much appreciated.
It is nice to be in the presence of elven nobility once more. It has been a long time.
It has. Where are you from?
I am from Coriel Forest. There is an elf home deep within it.
I'm familiar.
I have not been there in a long time, though, so I would say I'm from here.
Then perhaps you do know my mother.
Well, myself. Been nearly. Actually, would I have been to Coriel?
I mean, you probably have been. That might have been where you picked up Merrick. Near there, anyway. Or Ray. So, Coriel is just outside of Drayan.
I was wondering
Then-
if there's other connections between sections of forest.
All elves consider Thalriel to be their the elf home. But that is a legendary place deep within the ancient forest.
Yeah. But I was just considering, since I'm, I think, fairly old at this point.
How long have you been
And-
in Oregon?
I mean, it'd be hard to. Orden, not that long.
Okay.
But between, like, but I've been probably aware of the connection,
Mhm.
and I don't know if that's something we would have to talk about. So I guess we can.
Yeah,
put
we
that
could
on
we could talk about it.
because I'm not entirely sure. We would have to talk about more about the elf.
The moon
Elven
elves and how they connect with the other elven communities.
Yeah, and
Okay.
exactly where they fall into the realms. How elves fall into the realms of Orden.
Sure, we can.
in the wild, that connection.
Yeah, we can have that. We can have that conversation.
Yeah.
Merrick, you were about to say something yourself.
Yeah. So maybe you do know my mother. Her name is Andrea. She was I suppose you would appreciate as good enough her name, but she more considered herself just a tender of the forest.
How old is she?
A lot older than me. I would say she must be 200-300 years old. My oldest brother is at least 100.
Hmm.
How old are you?
Me or her?
No, I imagine you're young. I'm talking about her.
This will be my 1351st year.
Oh wow!
You can't even count
Okay.
that.
By the ancestors, does it hurt?
No.
You gotta teach
Oh,
me the
good.
immortality thing. That's gonna be a big thing I'm gonna need.
It's not something I've learned or can teach.
Well, I'm sure you've got some ideas.
Perhaps Coloth had just followed the wrong god.
Listen, I'm 23, and I'm already starting to show signs of age.
You should
I
try mud masks.
have spent.
It's fine, I won't let you die, Kolok.
I don't think you can do a whole lot concerning old age there, buddy.
I'll figure it out.
As for what I am doing here, I've been traveling. This is but a short stop upon my journeys. For me. Though, for you, you would consider my stop here a long time. I've been searching for my son for several generations of your kinds.
Oh no! Where did you lose him?
He is a fellow tender of the forest, you would say. And I have lost sight of him both in mind and eye. He has been gone for a very long time.
That's the first time I met somebody like you before, so I don't know. Maybe I'll keep my eyes peeled. What's his name?
That was my question.
His name is Ricanian Faerith.
I need that spell down in the chat.
You're okay?
No, he's not okay.
All right, Mark. All right.
What? No, nothing.
Wow, he must be really lucky to have a mom that's searching for him still.
I have not found him in 1,000 years. I don't know how lucky he really is.
Yeah, but at least you're trying. I mean, I would hope that's what a parent would do when they can't find their kid.
At least you're still sure he's not dead, right?
I'm not.
Oh.
Would you like to be?
Yeah,
I
tell us
can
to
give
find
you
out if somebody's dead.
information.
If you have a way of discovering this, I would be willing to take that. in exchange, I can help you. Your scout, Merrick, has informed me that you have lost your way upon your path to Riverdam, and I would be glad to exchange information in that regard. Help you
Kolak
back
just kind
on
of
the
like
path.
slowly turns his head to Merrick. We lost our way, huh?
It's just a slight detour, and I was just not quite sure of the path, and I thought it'd be better to take this one rather than the other one.
Awesome. You know we are on a strict time schedule, right?
Yeah, and this was a shortcut.
Hey, it was a nice break. Look at all the apples.
I'm not totally lost. I'm just kind of finding my way.
Kolak just stares at him a moment before turning to Talus. Do you need to do the whole, like, bone thing in order to do that ritual?
Okay, so what am I attempting here? Am I attempting to locate? Because I could always try to make contact with my, gods, whichever one shows up.
Can I just say real quick, David? Really? I just looked at the chat.
Yeah, he's. We both were suspicious of it about the same time. So.
They've met an NPC in the Tuesday game that they believe is the person that this person is talking about.
Spicy.
Anyway, if you can, you've been asked if you have to use the bones, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I can make an attempt, and if they do turn up dead, I could ensure that they won't be later.
Do you need any like bone donations? I don't need all my toes.
No, you do need all your toes. Trust me. You'll start losing them. You lose your balance.
And I'm not sure a bonfire in the middle of an orchard is really the best idea.
I mean, it wouldn't be as big. I don't have owlbear bones anymore.
I'm really disconcerted by the direction of this conversation.
Look,
Don't worry about it. It happens all the time, apparently.
Talus deals with
Tried with bones before? I thought that was standard practice.
Talus deals with the dead, so he uses bones to contact his gods so that he can figure out who's dead, who's not, and get answers to his questions.
Yes, but I would very much prefer there not to be a fire within my orchard.
Well, you could do it outside of the orchard, I guess.
Yeah, he can do that while we eat.
I guess this is acceptable. Tell me, you're sure that you were not directed here by anyone?
Outside of me, no.
I follow my own path, obviously.
Clearly not a very good path, but he got us here, and I want some apples. Can I pick some, please?
Yes, you may.
Who are you so worried about, anyway?
Dragonborn.
Can I also pick some apples, Miss Priestess?
The two of you may feel free to partake of the apples in my orchard, but I have questions for this Dragonborn. You say they were guided here by your direction. Who is it that you serve?
Morrigan.
It was fate, as you may call it.
Of course, you didn't direct me here specifically. I was just kind of inspired to.
Personally, I thought it was me and my impeccable sense of direction.
Yeah, I thought we just got lost.
True.
That's what I said. It was me and my impeccable sense of direction.
We had no
Everything-
intention of finding you. We had no idea you were even here. But we were on our way to Riverdam.
As I've been told.
I do have a question for you that I would love to ask you, maybe in private, after our meal.
Of course.
Can I ask you, why would you think someone would have guided us here?
as I hunt, I am also hunted. And it...
Bye.
Are you aware of what a Rakshasa is?
Talus, you're smart.
I guess I'll attempt.
I guess it would be an
History
Arcana
or
check.
religion?
Yeah,
Arcana?
that's fine. History or religion, that's fine.
I mean, I'm better at Arcana if you want to let me get away with that.
I don't even know
It's
how to
up
spell
to you.
No, let's go with a let's go with a religion check. I think that makes the most sense.
10.
You just know that it's some kind of fiendish creature that mothers tell their children about to scare them. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's some kind of boogeyman.
Oh, you mean like elders would sometimes talk about when we wanted to go off and hunt on our own before we were ready? No, I don't really know anything about them. They're a fiend?
Yes.
Who sent this Rakshasa after you?
No one sent it after me.
Oh, it hunts you for its own purpose?
Yes.
That's almost more concerning.
Do you know why?
I angered it.
Okay. What'd you do? Steal from it?
My... It took my son.
Oh.
In one of its scheming attempts. Rakshasas enjoy misleading, misguiding, and feasting upon the flesh of humanoids. It decided that my son as a child would have been a delicacy, and I stole him away, discovering what the creature was, and it has haunted me ever since. I sent my son I know not where, to keep him safe, and I have been searching for him ever since, in order to be reunited. And so I am both lost in searching, a hunter and hunted. And I thought perhaps you were sent under his guise, or in one of his plots. Perhaps you still were, but if you have been, it is without intention or even realization.
I need you to trust me on this one. Ain't nobody sent us here outside of, well, my planning. This is entirely coincidental.
You know better than that. Nothing is coincidental.
Look at you, Mr. Everything in War is Luck.
Well, maybe we can help her. Like, what if we anger it more than it is angry at her, so it hunts us instead of her?
Well, you know, I have to say, I have a pretty impeccable record of negotiating with demons so far, so maybe that I could talk to it.
We could also just kill it. It seems pretty mean.
Mark, I kind of think back. Is there a point where I kind of can think back of where I kind of lost the trail, and could it have been deliberate that I lost it? Could I have been tricked?
Go ahead and what would that be?
I'm kind of
That almost feels like insight.
Yeah, I
Would
feel
that-
like it.
Yeah, I would go with insight.
Yeah,
personally.
that's kind of what I was thinking.
Meh.
No, you don't think. You're pretty sure you just got lost. Just kind of took a wrong turn, as far as you know. I would warn you about this creature, that you may be on its radar now. You may be upon the board for it now, having encountered me. I will move my grove tonight,
Bah,
but you should not stay very long.
I'm nobody's pawn.
How do you move a whole grove?
I ask it to. Nicely.
Oh, well, okay.
that makes sense now. All right, fair enough.
How do we contact you if we should find your son?
Do any of you know the spell sending?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. No utility
I'm-
spells.
I'm sure we can find someone who knows it and pay them to use it.
I think that you may be able to do such a thing. But that is one way. You say you head to Riverdam Raft.
Yep.
Then I will give you some warning. This creature, whose name is Tagnashra, I believe that that is where it has made its dealings and its home.
Oh, kill two birds with one stone.
Tagnashra?
They are
Do the-
masters of trickery and disguise.
Which means
So
he's
I'm
probably shit in
guessing-
a fight.
But I'm also guessing that the residents of Riverdam Raft don't know that he's there.
That is correct.
What's
And
he look like? So, we can know him when we see him.
Probably
If-
ugly.
if you manage to find him in his true form, he would look like a large bipedal cat whose hands are on backwards.
Ooh.
Well, it'll probably be pretty easy to spot, if he is in his true form.
I wonder if he's soft.
Wait, I have an idea. We can just go to Riverdam, and I can just ask everyone in their head if they're him until we find them.
Pretty sure this thing has the capacity to lie, Lucy.
I can have the capacity to see through it.
Also, that would probably take a long time, and also, I'm guessing the residents probably wouldn't be all that appreciative of you just going into every single one of their heads.
Just search for whoever gets. Just search for
I don't think
whoever
anyone
gets.
recommended when I've done it before.
Right. Okay. If we want to make that a point of business while we're there, while we're doing our negotiations, fine. But we have our priorities, guys. Remember?
I simply will warn you.
Well, let's hope this thing doesn't want to take advantage of what we're doing.
Tell us. You should start that risk.
If you do come across this creature, I would like to know as well.
Send us a message. I would hope that you have the abilities to send us a message in the next... In 10 days, send us a message. And we'll let you know if the task has been complete.
This can be done.
Pretty sure that's how sending works. So, you get a response with that, right?
You can respond, yes. 25 words that there and 25 words back.
Now, if we do take care of this rock shop, whatever, for you, figure there should be some sort of reward for that, yeah?
I'm certain we can come to something.
Isn't it just nice to do nice things every once in a while?
If you do nice things for just about everybody that you come across, you won't get anything done for yourself.
Yeah, but she's just a mom looking for her son.
She can continue to do that with or without us. The question is whether or not we take a little bit of a nervousness off her back.
Kolak, you need to have more faith that things pay off in their own right.
Always ask for payment up front. That's the number one rule.
Merrick,
Seconded.
What did you say your mother's name was?
Adria.
I have been far too talkative to all of you, but I think that your friend here has reminded me of home. And Atreya. She would have been but a youth when I left Coriel. I am not sure that I know her, or would know her by sight. But if she has followed in the steps of Nadara, then at some point I may come across her. I do travel home every now and again.
If you do, tell her I'm fine, and I'm still traveling. And I'm still searching.
What do you search for?
Peace.
A very hard thing to find. You travel with a follower of the goddess of war, and yet you search for peace. How interesting.
I didn't say it was peace from war. Perhaps peace to rest, more like.
If many sets of eyes are more useful than one pair. And so if you spot my enemy or my son, knowing of that would be a blessing. Perhaps Nadara did lead you down this path, and it is not mere coincidence. Why do you go to Riverdam Raft?
There's a drought that is spreading from the Redinber region, spreading quickly as well. It's going to be affecting the entire region real soon. It's probably going to keep spreading beyond that. It's going to be affecting Riverdam as well. So, we're going to be seeing if we can't get their help in making sure this drought goes away. It's being caused by a supernatural force. One that we're going to need to be able to take Redinber in order to approach.
There are similar things happening throughout Oregon.
I can't be worrying myself with everybody's problems.
What supernatural force is this?
Well, what I understand, there is some ancient mummy beneath Redinber itself that has been contracted by some other force, I don't know.
A demon of domination is my professional opinion.
Whatever that means.
The name that was passed on to me was Zakamon. I don't know if that means anything to you.
It's all abyssal to me.
Yes. I've been traveling over the lands, as I said, for a very long time. There is a fungal rot spreading out of the swamps in the south. Deep, unsettling darkness expands forth from the northern coast. The ancient forest becomes darker, more overgrown, and spreads a shadow upon the ground with each passing day. There are things moving. What's that?
I said Vespasian would have paid a lot of close attention to that last part.
Ironstone shakes. Rumblings from deep below, as if the mountains themselves are trying to move.
Talus just nods solemnly at that for no discernible reason. Just yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Are you saying that all these are connected?
I believe so.
Well, Koloth, you might get a bigger war than the one you started.
One thing at a time, but if I get to go ahead and fight some wars that are being started by some major powerful creatures, I'm pretty down for it. Especially if I get my hands on that spear.
What spear?
Ancient artifact that was stolen from Ridgefort. The Spear of Morgan.
The Spear of Morgan has been stolen.
Yeah, pretty sure this demon thing is probably in charge of that whole deal.
She has sent us on a mission to reclaim it.
By the gods. No wonder I am hunted.
What's that got to do with you?
My orchard protects a similar thing.
Something blessed by Nadara?
She nods.
Might be interesting to have our hands on that.
If we follow Nadar, do we have any idea what she's referring to?
If you're a follower of Nadara, you can make a religion roll.
I mean, I'm still dumb, but yeah, I'm dumb. I was bad.
Man, I love Ray's rolls tonight. they're so great. It's just like,
The follower of Nadara just trying to rack her brain, like, what'd that mean? I don't know.
Yes, something made by the hand of Nadara.
Why do they want it?
Power? I don't know. I didn't know that is why. Subterfuge is the game for these creatures. I simply thought that I was hunted for revenge, but if the spear has been stolen, then other things like it could be searched for as well.
do you have the means to protect it?
Moving. Often.
Well, I don't know if we have anything that could assist in that endeavor.
Secrecy, please.
Or
We
reason
can
for
do
me to tell
that.
anybody.
Yeah.
Still,
Koloth, Lucy, Talis, you'll know better than this. Your friend, got the name right in my head there. Friend Nolly, she could be in danger as well.
yeah, very likely.
Should we go back or tell her?
We've already got the doors looking into it at the moment. Besides, if anything, she might just be... The worst that's probably going to be happening is she probably gets captured. If that's the case, then what do we do but break into Redinber and free her up? But that's going to require us to be able to take over Redinber. So plans don't change.
Lucy will nod in agreement, though, sadly.
I feel that perhaps you were brought to this grove more for me than for yourselves.
Maybe. If that's the case, and we take care of this Rakashurkadar, question is whether or not you'd entrust us with this artifact.
That is yet to be seen. For now, suffice it to say that you have warned me of a possible coming danger, and I have warned you that this creature is likely in the location that you are heading towards, and that if it has any knowledge of where I am or what I am doing, then it may have gained sight of you coming here, and you should watch and be careful.
Well, when you move, don't tell us where you go. Otherwise, it might get into our heads without us knowing.
I won't. But I do hope that we meet again, and will trust that Nadara will guide your path here once more.
Yeah, maybe. Not sure it's Nadar who's guiding us, but either way.
Some of you, perhaps. And her eyes kind of wander over to Merrick and Ray. And then back to you.
I'll
Yeah.
wait if she looks at me.
I look forward to meeting you again, hopefully less violent times.
I hope so. And I hope that you find your peace.
I'm trying.
I will...
Talus has, outside of the grove, begun, assembling a considerably smaller pyre, and begins preparations for an attempt at a ritual to see if he can get anything.
Okay. And you're using augury?
He's just kind of trying the same sort of thing. Create a sacrifice, try to invoke the gods. Maybe nobody will show up. Maybe the ancestors will show up. He doesn't have like a proper spell for this.
I mean, the last time you tried this, no one showed up.
Sure did.
Okay. She pulls out a like a patch of cloth and holds it out to all of you. If you come across my son, give him this and tell him that his mother searches.
Was it his?
It is our family's crest. It will prove that it is from me.
I'll step forward and take. I'll take them and then hand them out to everyone else. What's on it? Do I recognize it at all?
You may recognize it. You can decide if you do, but it is it is the tree of Nadara, surrounded by a circle of bunnies.
Ray tries to get adopted just to get that good family cred.
I don't know who my dad is, but I really hope it's from this family.
Do you?
Faerith.
I like bunnies.
Faerith is the Elvish word. It's like a very formal High Elven word for rabbits. A particular breed of rabbit.
Do you happen to have an object of your son? It might aid us in locating him.
Would this particular breed of rabbits be one that can turn into a pack of wolves, for instance?
Oh shit, that'd be so cool!
That's a druid thing. Yeah, she thinks I have very little that belonged to him. I don't know that I can part with it, to be honest.
I think that's okay. We can find him anyways.
That's understandable as a mother. Though it would aid us in our search. And I can't promise you we will find him today or tomorrow. But we will look.
I simply ask that if you come across someone who you believe this to be, that you would find a way to send me word.
Or kill it. Actually, can you kill it?
We will try.
Or is it one of those sort of immortal deals?
It is tied to the hells.
We have utilities to make sure that it is no longer on this plane. So I would ask for some information
Anything
regarding which I'm sure you have heard, the recent attacks on a lot of the major cities have been done by wood elves themselves.
I have heard of
They've
these
been
things.
called terrorists by some. I would appreciate any information you would have on these individuals, or any way to contact the individuals in question.
I simply know that they invoke the name of Talriel.
I appreciate your candor. Can I see if she's telling me the truth?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Just in case. Here being...
Yeah, give me an insight check. Wow, that's very insightful. She's holding back.
I love the fact that you say they're so-called terrorists, or they've been referred to as terrorists. I can tell you firsthand, they don't really care whether or not they're attacking combatants or civilians, so I think the name's pretty applicable.
To be fair, Kolak, sometimes I question if you care between civilians and enemy combatants.
Lucy and Talus can attest to the fact that I do.
I have a barrel full of civilians that I'm just going to bring back to life. I think we make a pretty big distinction.
Yeah, they're both sweethearts. That was Impala.
You have a what?
Oh yes, I didn't mention this. Hello, I'm a necromancer.
He's the good kind.
He has a what?
We come across dead people who shouldn't be dead and are innocent. We pack them away until Talus can restore them back to life. It's that simple.
You're a necromancer.
I am this, yes.
Why?
Oh, Talus, you should show her the singing skeletons.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Please
No.
remove yourself from my orchard, creature.
Technically, I'm not in your orchard. I'm right outside your orchard because you didn't want me to do ritual in your orchard.
Yeah, your ritual yields silence, by the way, Talus.
Okay.
Which could be a good thing. If you're trying to reach a dead spirit that's not a dead spirit, then...
She seems incredibly irritated now. Irritated is the least... is probably a nice way of putting it. And Kolak, when you say he's the good kind, she just gives you this death look and says, "There can be no such thing."
Okay. Well, we'll just go ahead and agree to disagree on that one.
There is a cycle of life and death. He violates it.
Yeah, we should just move on to a different topic and we don't want to make you any more uncomfortable. We're really sorry.
Just ask the Fiendborn to remain outside of my grove and everything will be fine.
Fine, he'll stay outside of your grove.
You didn't have to bring my dad into it. That's rude. I'm taking my puppies with me. You don't get to pet them.
Whoa!
Oh no!
I don't think Talus has ever taken away puppy petting privileges from anyone.
Landmark episode.
Honesty is probably a good thing because one of the puppies is not quite like the others.
Might be noticed.
It'll be a rough thing to find out halfway through.
Lucy's gonna give a look to the priestess and just be like, "Now you've done it. Can't pet the pups."
As offended as you are, you're still enlisting the help of a necromancer to help you with your problems, so maybe not be too judgmental.
Unknowingly.
Yeah,
Still
to
gonna
be
happen.
fair, we just kind of sprang that on the end. She didn't know.
Still gonna happen.
Alice says from the outskirts, it's too late. I'm going to help if you want me or not.
He really does seem like a nice guy, but I can understand it being a little uncomfortable.
She-
And my apologies.
I really love the idea of elves judging other people when your people are literally slaughtering civilians all over the world right now.
Hey, you can't group all elves together.
And be careful.
You can't group all necromancers together.
Oh, I think we can.
Necromancy is a choice. Being an elf is birth.
I disagree. It wasn't really a choice for me, but that's fine.
What if someone was undead? Does that make them a fiend, or is it just the problem of the person that brought them back?
You can't argue with zealots,
This is-
Lucy. Trust
This is
me, I
the
know from
deepest
personal
question
experience.
that Lucy has ever asked, by the way.
It's the deepest question she's ever gonna ask. So.
If I had to guess, they'd probably default to the idea of, oh, well, then they should be happy that we're going to destroy them because they're abominations.
The undead should be laid to rest.
See?
Permanently.
Lucy has a bit of a conflicted look on her face, but she doesn't say anything.
Oh.
Talus may think he's in control of those things he has. But what happens when they get loose? I've seen what can be wrought by them.
And what happens when you lose yourself, huh? You're not always in control of yourself. There's forces all around the world that can take control of your mind at any moment and make you a problem for all that you love and adore.
Yeah, well, and if that happens, then I hope somebody deals with me in the same way as I'll deal with the creatures that do that to others.
Raina will wrap her arm around Merrick and be like, I don't want anything to happen to you.
It's
Kind
not
of hug you tight.
It's fine.
petty squall.
Can I give her a hug back?
Aww. The priestess looks pensive, unsure. I think we've had a lovely lunch, and have exchanged some valuable information, but it may be time for all of you to be on your way.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit, in the need of doing a little bit of movement. Still, contact us in 10 days. If we took care of this Rakshasha, then, we'll let you know.
I believe that is agreeable.
And then I'm gonna catch her kind of when she's a little bit away from the group.
Sure.
And I'm just gonna address her. I know that you may be apprehensive to divulge more information about the whereabouts of these groups, but I assure you I am not against them. I just need to contact them for my own means. Even if you are protecting them, I can understand. It won't change the way we, or my resolve for finding your son. I will still attempt, with every breath I have,
She
to reunite.
looks around to make sure nobody is in earshot but you, Vespasian. And then when she's sure that the rest of your party has wandered out of the grove and it is just you and her, she looks at you and says, "Be wary of this group. They are in every elf home and every city. They lay low. They have been tainted by something. Salriel is real. It is not merely a myth. It lies in the heart of the ancient forest. But something is wrong with the king. Something is deeply wrong."
I know of Fariel's existence, though this is news to me. I do appreciate your words and your trust, and I will repay them in kind.
Be wary. As you leave the grove, she comes to the edge, walking out with Vespasian to where all of you are getting back on your wagon. And she waves Marek back over before all of you leave. Follow the path of your mother, the path of Nadara. You'll find peace. I'm sure of it. And for me, for Nadara, for your mother, you mustn't allow nature's course to be derailed by defilement. This necromancer may say he is good. His creatures perhaps will help you in battle or at other times. But what is being done is unnatural. Do not lose sight of that.
I never have in all these years. It's always been the forefront of my mind. At this time, these are my travelling companions. I swore an oath, and I never break an oath. I can't afford to. But there will be a reckoning someday.
She nods. I hope you return home again soon.
As I do for you.
And she kind of watches all of you as you fade into the distance, headed to Riverdam Raft. The last couple of days of travel go mostly uneventful. But as you approach the city on the last day, it is getting close to night. And as dusk kind of falls, and as you get closer and closer to the riverbank, you begin to hear whispers in the hills around you.
All of us hear that?
Yes. And when the first arrows fly, your suspicions are confirmed. And we'll stop there for now. and pick up next week with your grand entrance into Riverdam Raft, followed by whatever this is that has started to rain arrows down upon your wagon. Yes, it will be 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today. Thank you, David.
Which gives you plenty of time to make a Riverdam Raft map.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know this was a little bit of a travel and random encounter session, but I hope you had fun. And I know that, Alex, you have a time limit.
So... Oh, not on Wednesdays. Not on Wednesdays.
Oh, not on Wednesdays. Okay,
just on Tuesdays.
Okay. Well, then let's go through and do a quick favorite moments from everybody. Like I said, I know this is more of a travel montage episode, but hopefully I threw in there some things that were entertaining.
Yeah.
Alex, what was your favorite Kolak moment today?
I really liked playing Kolak, not like being entirely clueless on Rakshasa, where he's just like rockada, rockadada, rockashina, rockabye baby. I don't play his like the dumb part of him very often, so
No.
like it's nice to be able to like make that a little bit more obvious from time to time.
I just figured he didn't care enough to like remember how to actually pronounce it.
It's a little column A, a little column B.
Yeah.
That's something else to kill.
Anything else that any other favorite Kolak moments?
The door.
I love
The
how
door.
defensive he was for Talos. He was just defending Talos's honor as Talos sat pouting outside the grove, like 5 feet away.
Super racist. Oh man.
He's using racism as a proxy to explain why it's just not cool to just give Talos shit for being a necromancer. As far as he's concerned, it's no different.
I don't know, man.
Like, do you want me to judge all elves based on the actions of some elves? No? Then shut the fuck up.
People do.
People do, and it's not good when they do it.
Nope.
I mean, religious persecution, I guess. Yeah, but
Kolak knows firsthand what it's like to be judged harshly for what you are and what you believe. And he's not cool with it. Not if it's been nothing but helpful to. It's like, admittedly, in the beginning, when Talos was first like, by the by, while we travel together, I am a necromancer. Kolak is like, it's probably going to cause problems. I don't particularly care, but like a lot of people are going to.
It causes problems.
And but at the same time, they actually have been nothing but a boon. Like, they haven't really caused that much issues until like Merritt comes in and he's just like, skeletons!
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I feel like every time Talos has caused problems, it wasn't the skeletons. It was just Talos directly.
Yeah.
There was always as a result of good intentions that just go badly.
You haven't really been put into a situation where, like, only recently has Talos had enough skeletons that they are, like, present all the time and not hidden in barrels. So I think that's a part of the reason why it hasn't caused much of a uproar. Especially in Redinber, where, like, people are behind closed doors a lot. So, like, we'll see how that works out now that you're going to Riverdam Raft, and if a bunch of skeletons are going to be just walking around your wagon all the time. Chat said that Kolak slamming the door to the carriage with his tail, his repeated struggle to pronounce Rakshasa, and Kolak having David also said Kolak has a 10 intelligence, and several party members have 8 intelligence, so he's like surrounded by people that make him feel smart by comparison. Fiona, favorite Talos moment?
Absolutely, the priestess's response To Talus being a necromancer. Every time something comes up where it's just like Talus being faced with what? Not everyone is just absolutely fine with necromancy, and it's not like a standard practice. Weird.
I really enjoyed giving in the book. Like Scout's honor, I won't use this for anything but good. It's like he's like, yeah, of course, this is not going to work out. Like, what it did? Was this a good decision? I'm still not sure, but the Space Against is like a tactical thing. Like, it's like, yeah, give the necromancer the book. Like, it's already going to cause issues. So it's at least he's someone that can use it because he doesn't see a use for it.
I gotta say, I have a good track record with dealing with demons so far.
Yes.
Yes. I loved when Talus was like, I'm going to help you find your son, and you can't stop me.
I'm helping you whether you like it or not. Nah. Also revoking the puppy petting privileges.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's as hardcore as it gets.
Well, if you don't like me that much, then you don't get to pet my dogs.
David said, what's that? Go ahead.
I was going to say, I was afraid Ray was about to burn down a forest. At that point, I was like, well, we just got invited to the forest. Oh, yeah. You done screwed up. I don't know what kind of ancient priestess you are, but you ain't going to last long in a second.
David said Talus defending Kolak by saying, I have a barrel full of dead civilians that prove that Kolak knows the difference between innocent bystanders and enemies.
It sent very much the wrong message.
Yes.
It does, but it was funny because, like, literally the first fight, I was burning down, like, a house. And they're like, oh, but Kolak, I don't know. Are you a good guy?
Well, they've been traveling with you a little bit long enough to know that you're just kind of like, you're. I guess the impolite word for this is a little bit of a klutz. So,
Klutz with fireball, it's fine.
Intentionally burning houses down. It's just you just don't realize that that's what you're doing.
I think also to tell us the one as well for me was the thing of the skeleton, the halfling, and Marek immediately thinking the worst of him, that he's going to turn him into another skeleton, where he's actually looking to preserve him to potentially bring him back.
Yep.
The Marek's just like, oh, well, that's good, I guess, but also still no skeleton.
Yeah.
Oh god, the amount of times that Talus had to be like, I'm not turning him into a skeleton. I have told you at least 5 times now.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that halfling.
Bones for that.
Well, I don't know if like you can turn people into zombies, so I just don't even want to. It's just too much. Too much.
Zoe.
He just likes skeletons better.
Zoe, your favorite Lucy moment today?
It continues to be the fact that I made that wisdom saving throw really well. I've been so lucky with those.
Yeah.
Don't jinx yourself.
Oh man, I am not gonna be down for when alternate Lucy comes out and I gotta see like the evil bitch. That's not gonna be fun.
I feel like Raina's still gonna be friends with her. Like, I feel like it's Lucy no matter what, and no matter what, Raina's just gonna be like, this is my friend.
Yeah, Ray's gonna be like, you have multiple personalities too?
That's fine.
But if Neffy finds out that you like real Lucy, she won't like that.
Yeah, that's true.
No, no.
The question you asked the priestess about whether like something being undead was just as bad as like the person who made them undead. That was very telling of Lucy, of how Lucy like is trying to figure out how to see herself.
Aww.
Am I an abomination? She asks the elf priestess. Yes.
Yes, you need to be put to rest.
Oh wait, I haven't worked that one out yet. Damn.
Nope.
Yeah,
luckily, your senses don't allow you to figure that out because of all the skeletons that are always around.
Is Marika a fan of ghosts more than skeletons?
There's a scale.
There's a scale.
There's a scale.
Any other Lucy moments?
I like her supporting Raina when she screwed up the dog and was like crying. She's like, "It's okay."
I think like, oh, no, don't cry, man.
I like Wayne
Myra
beginning.
like puts the plate back on and hopes it stays. And I feel like I just like imagine her like putting part of the plate back on and watching it fall off, and then trying to place it back on again.
Yeah.
Watching it fall off. You're like, okay, it's just stuff it inside.
I loved near the beginning when we got to Bronze Fall Hill and Raina was able to see the scout, was like, hi, and then Lucy was like, I don't know what you're waving at, but hi.
I was gonna say that one too. That was really good.
Or asking Lucy not to tell the party I got them lost. And she proceeded to tell the party I got them lost.
Well, she didn't. She just sucks at lying.
Her deception is actually really good. She just doesn't like to lie. Also, she has been lying a surprising amount about herself.
True. She does lie a lot. There's a difference between self-preservation lies and little white lies that she just doesn't feel comfortable doing.
Yep. Mike, favorite Merrick moment?
I kind of quite liked the interaction with the priestess and kind of beginning to fill in bits of Mark's backstory a little bit.
Mm-hmm. So did I.
Not really revealing everything at once.
Yep. Around the table, other Merrick things?
I like the priestess interaction too, because I mean, I'm sure maybe my character knew that you worshipped and about your mom, but like it was just nice. Being like, oh hey, that's my deity too. I mean, I'm not very religious, but it was probably like a nice comfort thing to have a friend who kind of is familiar with that, and not someone on a warpath all the time.
Yeah.
I love how he still like tolerates the skeletons. Like he's clearly always has an issue with them being around, but he just, for the most part, tries to keep it to himself. He really hasn't even brought it up that much outside of the priestess starting to give her opinion and him being like, "I got support now. I just want to say I agree with her."
Oh, was it that subtle? Oh, right.
I like to think that's why he was scouting ahead. He's like, I can't do this. I can't be that close. He's like, I need some space from the skeletons. Be at least 600 yards away.
I also liked his like not wanting people to know that like you guys got lost because he screwed up, and like just kind of, we're not lost. This is, what are you talking about? Yeah,
Slightly directionally challenged.
I mean, it makes sense because like he was hired to be a guide, so like the moment that he like screws up at all, it's a little weird, right? It would like show badly on himself.
Yeah.
I really liked just when he first kind of met up with the priestess before either of them knew anything about each other, just like trying to have a nice, polite conversation, make sure she's not an enemy combatant. Just the normal introductions.
Yep. Chat also agreed with the interactions with the priestess and learning about his mother in Coriel. Emmy, favorite Ray moment?
Not setting the orchard on fire. No, probably with the dog. I was really excited when you mentioned about like a robot dog, and I was like, I really want this robot dog. And of course, getting the 0 on both attempts to get the robot dog.
Chat said, Ray taking Lord Bronzefall's "Our hammers go with you," literally, and asking where all the hammers are. And earlier, I think he had mentioned about your interaction with Lucy with picking apples, and Lucy interrupting to ask if she could pick apples too. So both of you asking the priestess to go pick apples.
We did get our apples, right? So
Yes.
we now have. Okay.
Oh yeah, our
Yeah,
apples.
you definitely have apples.
Oh yes, we do. We have our apples.
I think it wasn't just the fact that you broke the dog. It's the fact you broke the dog and then started crying. It was like,
Yes.
oh no, what do we do now? She's crying.
I think I said
Lucy.
twice. Again with the like Tinker's tools, even though those didn't really help her. She doesn't know how to use them. It was very good.
The question with Ray, I feel like all the time is like, should I comfort her or should I like stand back and get some distance? You know?
Of what's gonna happen.
I haven't really decided yet if it's like, maybe. Like you try to like around the back and get ready to run.
The Merrick hug. The like, I don't want anything to happen to him hug.
Yeah, she likes her party.
That was
so.
very sweet.
Reyna and Vespasian being Destiny's Child together and rocking out the survival checks to plot the party's journey to Riverdam Raft.
We killed it.
Yep. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I
like this, but it was close.
Jakob, favorite Vespasian moment.
Oh man, it's hard to say. There's a lot of good ones. It's kind of nice. I guess it wasn't really a moment, but just kind of getting more information, especially on what's going on in certain areas, and it's kind of nice, even if it's not directly, associated with me. Getting just tidbits of what's happening in certain areas was really nice, and rolling really high on the inside check was pretty much. But I think I enjoyed like everyone's kind of the interactions when kind of finding all that stuff inside the trailer and then like kind of divvying it out and watching people's different interactions, and they're like, I'll take one, or I don't know about this.
You guys are going to return this to the family to this man's family, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, maybe.
Maybe. Also, rewarning Talus to not go necromancy, full necromancy on this dead body that we have.
I liked when he was talking to Kolak about like his plans. He's just like, there's a lot of variables you have not accounted for as far as this is concerned. Really should be taking this one step at a time, as opposed to thinking a whole plan is just going to come together. And Kolak's just like, it's fine. We're gonna be fine. It's fine. I got it all handled. Okay. If anything changes, I'll change it. But for right now, we're good.
Kolak's plan is always, we're just gonna throw everything we can at it, and we'll get through it. And Vespasian's like, that's not a real plan. that's not a plan.
Yeah, the planning seems to be like two opposites at different ends of the scale as well.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Vespasian asking the priestess about the wood elf attacks and being very careful about his wording to get information, and also his interactions with her and how much she respected him as an elven noble. David said the party now has an alchemist jug and a decanter of endless water, yet they still haven't kept their promise to the river troll to return water to the lake. Do you guys still have the decanter of endless water, or did that go with...
I think we still have it.
Okay.
Pretty sure we do.
Okay.
But, yeah, we just haven't had the opportunity yet.
Yeah.
Talus suggested it.
Talus did suggest it.
It just hasn't been in the cards to go to the lake and be like, decanter, yet.
You guys have a lot of stuff you were planning / doing.
Yeah.
And now you want to start a war.
Once we get done here at Riverdam, we'll send them to Ridgefort, and then we'll go ahead of them, go down to the lake, pick up our troll if he's there.
Pick up our troll. Okay. I'll tell you, today has been a bit of a struggle for me on the DM side. I think honestly, my favorite moment as a DM was, I don't know, playing Lord's Bronzefall, maybe. A little bit. He's a little gruffer. But, yeah, today was a little rough for me. I don't know if there are any favorite DM moments.
I hope you get to feel better soon.
Yeah, so do I. Any
I really
DM
liked,
moments?
I loved how you put out the priestess. I liked how her attitude was able to change really well from like apprehension to kind of like, okay, you guys are pretty cool, to, oh no, I'm necromancer. Get out of here.
My favorite moment was when you were letting Kolak roll strength checks to break down that door of the caravan, and then at one point you were just like, all right, I'm going to
Eventually it'll happen.
Clearly you're not giving up.
Yeah.
So we'll just say you do it. And like I like resonate with that so much. Like at one point it's just like, it works.
The main thing I wanted to get across with the dice rolls was like how difficult it was to get the door open. So once that was kind of established, I felt like it was okay to hand wave a little bit.
Point's been proven, yeah.
Yeah.
Really wish we could have got that wagon.
I liked talking to Lord Bronzefall again. He's a fun, grumpy-ish dwarf. And I liked his little moment where he's like, the keep ruled by Lord Bronzefall. I kind of like the sound of that.
He's got a bit of a Godfather-esque sort of aesthetic going on to him. He's always got like some people who are handling him. Whenever you approach, he like shoos them away. What can I do for you?
On the day of my daughter's wedding.
Oh, cool. Well, I hope you guys had fun. And next week, Riverdam Raft.
Is it next week the week you're taking off?
Yes, next week I'm off. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. Cool, just making sure.
Yep, nope.
And good luck with your surgery, by the way. I hope it goes well.
Yeah. Yes, so do I. It's going to be awful. Anyway.
Your recovery is going to be great. You're going to be hopped up on so many pain pills, and you're going to just be like,
I really hope so.
You're going to be feeling great. You're going to have time to just sit down and relax and do anything that you want to do as opposed to having to work. It's going to be great. You'll appreciate it.
The latter half of the week is probably going to be spent getting everything with this on track. So, all right, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thanks for playing. I will be back at 7 p.m. for the Dance Macabre. Until then, have a good day.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. It was nice seeing y'all and playing.